put it on the exhibit, in the exhibit bundle. So I don't know if you have it, because I think for completeness, it is important to look at the actual work study. And if you look at what, and this is, and I'm reading to you from the work study itself. This is the assignment given to it's got a specific focus on gangs and gangsterism. The history and the background, I'm reading from paragraph 4.1 of the work plan. The problem of gangs and gangsterism continues to plague the South African landscape as it continues to manifest in shootings, prison riots, intimidation, killings, and organized crime. Gangsters are becoming career criminals, forming part of organized syndicates and establishing a criminal economy in the communities. Then it talks about the prevalence of gang-related incidents across all provinces, but most pronounced in the Western Cape, Eastern Cape, Northwest, Gauteng, Limpopo, Free State, and KwaZulu-Natal. Gangsterism is therefore a serious national problem that is not limited to the Western Cape only. Existing police practices, mostly conventional in nature, have failed to effectively address the gang-related situation. Hence, the National Commissioner's directive to establish anti-gang units in the above-mentioned provinces. That is what this assignment is. And the findings at paragraph 5.1, the nature of gang-related crimes as well as the exposure to constant corruption inducement and the danger to the lives of members within the units and other families necessitated the need for an organized placement that will support the diverse nature of their functions. The placement should ensure the anonymity of the personnel and bring the functioning of this unit to a level outside of existing SAPS culture.
Yes, one thing that could have helped Senior Counsel is to, as I requested, to put on display the organizational structure so that you can see these units in the structure that was agreed on.
Well, the more recent one is the one you showed me earlier. Bundle 4. It's in exhibit bundle 4 at page 178.
So
it's up on the, at your request.
Yes, I didn't know that I'm putting myself at a disadvantage because I don't have it in front of me to a point where even this one of mine is very small. I don't have to see this. I need somebody to come and that's not. I need the one signed in 2020, May 2025. That shows, I don't know whether it is this one. It is not the one that is displayed now. It is one on approved structure, division, detective service. I don't know whether they have that. That's where these units are. At least I can see what I'm talking about, what I wanted. Do you find it?
So
Yes.
is that on view
Yes.
180, page 180?
Yes. Now, if you look at these boxes from the left to the right, you count 1, you count 2, you then come to box number 3. It will show serious and violent crimes, giving effect to the study. And then we also spoke about it and agreed that it would be the new structure going forward in the whole of the 7th administration. Serious and violent crimes. If you look at that, the section head, murder and robbery. If you look below that, stock theft, because it's a hazard and a problem. People are complaining about it on the ground all the time, and we need to strengthen and oil that. And then you have vehicle theft, and then taxi violence. And then you move to the next box, which is organized crime. You have a section head, you have economic, you have extortion, you have narcotics, you have transnational, you have anti-gang that you were speaking about. Now, in a more elaborate one, murder and robbery is understood to include political killings. There should be a small box there indicating political killings belong to
Sorry,
serious.
Minister, just to be to be fair to you, just to point out, this is dated the 15th of May 2025.
Yes.
And is it's an organizational structure for the detective services.
This is the one in the council.
2025, 2026 to 2029, 2030.
This is the one in the council that National Commissioner said.
2019 work study speak to this structure.
Yes. It could have been implemented long ago, actually. But there was a delay until we then, in 2024, looking at the imperatives of the new administration, we then get to be told that, no, look, this thing was done at some point. What ministry is demanding now is something that was done before. It's just that implementation didn't go according to plan, Sarah. And then, if you like, it was a revival, what we agreed on last year.
So is your point, firstly, that political killings
is part of serious and violent crimes.
So it's integrated into serious and under this heading.
Yes, because serious and violent crimes, in actual fact, as you see below section head, it said murder and robbery. That is where political killings are put in terms of the work study and in terms of the newly adopted structure. So once you have that, you have a structure that is streamlined. What you fund something that is streamlined, but not for one province. And you fund it for all the provinces, but most particularly the 4 provinces that are leading in murder in the country, which is Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, and Eastern Cape. Now, you can't cover all of these, just those 4. You can't cover them with the current National Political Killings Task Team. You can't do it. You need a structure like this to cover all provinces, especially the 4. And then, it's not just the 4 that are going to have this. It's all provinces. You may differ in sizes because other provinces are small and they are less problematic on this. But you will see, I don't know, the crime stats that are going to come. we are most likely to see the 4 provinces leading, including in murder. Now, when we come to Parliament, to the Portfolio Committee, every meeting of the Portfolio Committee, we are under a tremendous pressure from members of Parliament who are in the Portfolio Committee to say, deliver the number of killings, and the Constitution doesn't say political killings that you should be concerned about, but I accept that at the time it was necessary for the president and for government to focus on what seemed to be a precipitating issue or a pressure point. And then it got done, just like you had in the Northwest, the mining problems. So you did some concentration there. But going forward with the taxpayers' money, you've got to cover all the citizens of the country in all provinces. And therefore, the structure talks to that in a specialized way. The only thing that needs to be done is implementation and strengthening. But to strengthen, you need money. Now, you can't get that money from Treasury all of a sudden. You need to look within your resources. You will see that this structure, as an example of our efforts, it no longer have the inspectorate. There was something called police inspectorate. Now, when we engaged, management said, what do? They gave us what they do and so on. Now, we realized that they are in uniform, they have boots, and we said, no, let them come out of offices, let them go to the street. The task of the inspectorate will be done by, they will have to plan how that task gets taken over. But what you need now is personnel. What you need is specialization. What you need is money so that these people can work, all of them. That is what the structure is trying to address, the imperatives of the 7th administration.
So does that also conform to your explanation that even though the money was approved, it doesn't necessarily mean that the task team continued to be in existence?
The challenge that we have, Senior Council, at the moment is that if you look at money that is allocated to National Political Task Team, and you look at their work, fine. They are working, they are doing work. But the percentage, first I must talk to categories of murders in the country. There are 4 categories of murder. You have organized murders or assassinations. You have taxi. You have political killings, you have personal killings. This, according to the Global Initiative study that was released in April this year. And you can't beat it. It's factual. It gives you high percentages for organized crimes. It's about 35%. And the other one for taxi violence is 34%. And then political killings is about 24% and 7% for personal. Now, if you are Minister of Police, you are made to preside currently over 120 billion rand. You've got to think about the most effective way of distributing and using resources. Now, if you keep on funding one unit somewhere in one corner of the country, even if they do well, they are not going to deal with the criminality in the Cape Flats. Our consciences are going to be washed on an hourly basis. As I will get to that when I get to reasons why I took the decision to disband the political killings task team. Because every time there's a death in the Cape Flats, you are asked, what are you doing about it? You can't say, I have the political killings task team, which is operating in one corner, and killings are happening also in another corner and other corners. And so what we are trying to address is to be even-handed throughout the country, yet effective and impactful. But I'll go on to explain other things. I just need to take the opportunity to explain that over and above this, when we dealt with the structure, we said in our assessment, SAPS doesn't have a sharp and good capacity on the combative side. In other words, you have policing, uniform all over, but criminals out there are getting organized, they are getting armed, and they are dangerous. You now have to increase capacity of SAPS in that regard to confront them. The fact that we don't have, this is why Cape Flats is so stubborn, continuing, is because we don't have the machinery to face them, those who are carrying guns in the Cape Flats. So we're going to come to Western Cape every time and make excuses that no, we're trying. I mean, something like 400 people die here in the Western Cape in 4 months, 3 months. And what do we do when we're confronted by the Portfolio Committee? We say we note. We say we note, we're trying. But in reality, when you go to sleep alone as Minister of Police, your conscience doesn't give you peace because you are aware that you are not doing much on the ground where you are required to do something. That is why we then created a new division in the organogram, which is called Operations Response Services. It's a new division. They have to appoint a new divisional commission who will be responsible for the units, just the units, in the manner that is demanded on the ground. We can't keep on saying Enanda is a problem as if as if God, when he created the world, he said people in Nanda must die and they must die permanently. In the south of Johannesburg, El Dorado Park, Rivali, people must die on a permanent basis. Cape Flats must. That is not God's plan. And it is not in keeping with the Constitution of the Republic. And if you are given a task to be Minister of Police, you've got to be anxious and keen to end that. It must worry. That's why I convened a meeting on the 22nd of November of the National Commissioners, deputies, and provincial commissioners, and said to them, once the watch ticks 1 o'clock or 1:30 in the morning, I lose my sleep because of the increasing number of people, the rate of murder in the country, because of drugs, and because of proliferation of firearms. That's why the meeting was convened, and that's what I said. Well, I listened to General Mkhwanazi when he was talking about that meeting at Given Screw, and I have respect for him, even when I don't agree with what he said. He said the only thing he picked up there was Advocate Pikoli, my special advisor, lecturing to them something about the role. And he didn't say, I said, I no longer sleep well because of this, and they must go and design and do something about what was in the main worrying me as Minister of Police. And I said these things. Now, I'm then saying these are the things that we did in this organogram to face up to the actual challenges of what is happening in the ground. You need to have TRT here. Even if you take them from Mpumalanga, you reduce them. Maybe for 6 months, you must bring them here. A National Intervention Unit, bring them here, such that they are able to deal with criminality here, which must not be permanent. It's unacceptable that 4-year-olds, 3-year-olds, they must die every day without any response from us nationally. And this is what we're trying to address with this structure. And as I say, that structure, that's the work study giving rise to this structure then, which has given rise to the structure that we've just adopted, is designed to actually confront what is happening on the ground currently, including in the Eastern Cape and here. That's my argument. You may feel good about the National Political Killings Task Team. It has done work. It's fine, but you can't keep on relegating the majority of people in South Africa and focus on councillors and amakhosi. Not because they must die, but you are saying what morality, what ethics. I'll come to that at the end. Thank you.
So thank you, Minister. So all that, what you're saying comes down to this, that the organizational plan that was adopted in 2019 already, that plan involves the disbanding of the political killings task team.
It's inevitable, even if it's not said by the word of mouth, for you to see that this is what it meant.
Yeah, because can I just read to you what this plan says and what it says it means? It says under organizational placement, National Detective Service, all specialized capacities, there are 4 major changes proposed in this review of the structures of the Detective Service. Current approved national structure is attached for your convenience. That's that one that you know. There's a subsequent one which I'll also refer to. The first and foremost addition is the addition of murder and robbery, inclusive of taxi violence, as a section under the head-specific crime investigation. Secondly, after careful consideration, it was found that the title of head-specific crime investigation should be changed. The change from specific crime investigation was proposed to become serious and violent crime. Looking at the sections that will be placed under the head of serious violent crime will consist of the following: murder and robbery, including taxi violence, stock theft and endangered species investigation, existing units, vehicle crime investigation, existing units, and national investigation and cold case unit, including tracking teams. The third change would entail the placement of a cold case investigation capacity as part of the National Investigation Unit, changing the name to National Investigation and Cold Case Unit. And so that's I'm just reading from the document. Now, nothing is mentioned of the political killings task team, or even political killings generically across the country.
In my submission on page 18, in my statement, 17 and 18, but look at 18 in particular. There is political matter team. It's added there, which I said would be part of murder and robbery in terms of your structure. It is said there, page 18.
This is not a reference to the 2019. This is not a reference to the 2019 work study.
Yes,
this is a reference to the.
It starts from page 15.
SB.
Yeah.
Volunteer. Okay. That's a reference to SM2, which is on Honourable Chair, Honourable members, SM2, which is on page 93.
Yeah. In my statement, if
yes, that's a reference, but and what you or maybe just confirm it. What you refer to is what is on page 103. Look at page 103. Yeah, page 103. There's reference here to political murders team. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I'm relying on my statement more than on any other document. In my statement on page 16 up there, it says on number 34, on 14 November 2019, Major General Nzima. Then you read on, you go to 17, you read on, you go to 18. That's where you'll find political matter team included.
Yeah, I'm afraid I can't agree, Minister, that that's what it means or that's what it says. Just look at, if I don't mind, can you look at page 103? Because this is also
of which document?
Sorry,
my statement.
To your statement, yeah. It's Annexure SB2.
Okay.
SM2, sorry. SM2.
This one.
Which starts at 93.
Page 93.
Yeah. It's in volume.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you can go to you'll see on SM2 at page 93, evaluation of the implementation of approved work study investigation for the establishment and review of resources for specialized investigation capacities, detective service. This is the other work study of get his designation now, Colonel Murray's work study. So he says at the top of page 103, the task teams that are monitored run rampant for years without determining or accounting.
Are you on page 93, Senior Counsel?
Sorry?
Are you on page 93?
Page 103.
Okay.
The annexure starts at page 93.
Yeah, I see.
But the page I'm reading from is 103.
What paragraph from above?
Right at the top, the first line.
Okay. Okay.
The task teams that are not monitored.
Doesn't say so.
Are you on page 103, volume
Page
1?
103. I thought you were saying page 93.
No, it starts at 93.
So you are now on 103.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go with you. Okay. So you're this side.
And this is what it says. The task team that are not monitored,
Yes, I see that now.
run rampant for years without determining or accounting for the gap left where the members were taken from mostly at station level. Task teams found operating in provinces are as follows. Then it mentions the foreign vehicle task team, the multiple trio task team, essential infrastructure task team, kidnapping and ransom teams, extortion teams, counterintelligence task team, anti-gang task team, cash in transit and ATM bombing, political murders team, multidisciplinary task team, which may also be a reference to the political killings task team, knockout team, narcotics task team, provincial tracing team, and the illegal mining task team. So that is a criticism of all these task teams.
What they are saying there is that when you go to the provinces at that time, you find these are all that you find, all these task teams. This is what you find. This is what they sought to improve. That's why they say, among other things, There's where they talk about ferocious, what, and they say there's duplication and overlap, which they seek to resolve.
So can you explain?
Because this is evaluation at that time.
Can you explain?
And this is the outcome.
Honorable Minister, why of assuming, because it's not specifically mentioned here that this is a reference to the political killings task team. Why is the political killings task team singled out from a number of other specialist teams that are criticized for the same reason, that they run rampant, that they don't account for their money? They are taken from various stations.
Because they are not, in terms of the evaluation, they are not as coordinated as they should be. And they write down that they run rampant and so on. In other words, as part of what they need to correct. It was self-criticism.
Now, I mean, we've had this discussion for quite a few minutes now. And I'm not sure that all of us understand or are clear about what you are saying. And I obviously say this with due respect. So my question is this. Where was this discussed with the people who could or do understand what you would be referring to? Did you get into a room where this was discussed? Was Lieutenant General Khumalo present? Was Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi present? Speaking for the political killings task team and some other senior officers talking about other specialist task team, narcotics, illegal mining. Maybe they could have made out a case and said, please, don't disband me. Don't reintegrate me as this plan suggests or proposes. Don't reintegrate me into murder and robbery because we're doing well. Here are our statistics. We're effective.
The process started in 2019. I was not there. All right. They then say, this is the work study.
Okay.
You now have to implement it and so on and so on. When I come during my time, this is last year, everybody is there. We're discussing the structure, the new organizational structure. Building on this evaluation, among other things, and so on. So we're now in 2024. Everybody is there up to the signing in May this year. Nobody was not there. Nobody was not there. Everybody was there. Nobody, for instance, said, when we were looking at the organizational structure for the 7th administration, nobody said, I'm raising my hand, feature in the new organogram, the political killings task team, and make it a unit everywhere. It didn't happen. That's why you don't see it in the signed organizational structure in May this year. It's because it's a team. It's not a unit, and there was no one who said include it or integrate, because if they had said so, then it would have been pointed out that it is already integrated. The work of political killings is already integrated not only for KZN, but all over the country, because the structure caters for everybody in the country.
So, but Minister, please look at page 112 of the same annexure and 113. And if you look at towards the bottom of page 112, these are recommendations. It is recommended. Are we on the same page?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah,
Page 112.
It is recommended that this investigation be disseminated to all provincial commissioners after completion of comments and signatures. Proper planning and implementation be done, criteria be developed, and just fast forward to page 113. At paragraph, I think it's 8.10. 8.10, it's the printing is not so clear.
Yeah.
Can you make that 8.10? Current task teams be subjected to an impact analysis by organizational development and strategic management in the province to ensure the feasibility of the existing teams. So, assuming you are correct in your reading and your analysis that this plan, the 2019, both the 2019 and the 2024, which appear to be similar, assuming that your interpretation is correct, that it involves or it means the phasing out of the political killings task team. This still says that the current task teams, which would include the political task team, be subjected to an impact analysis by organizational development and strategic management in the province to ensure the feasibility of the existing teams. In other words, this document is not the final word. This is a recommendation, and an impact analysis and feasibility study must still be done to see whether or to ensure the feasibility of the existing teams. In other words, if it's true that some of these units, like, task teams, like it's been suggested by someone like Mary de Haas to say they run rampant, they abusing state and taxpayers' money, and they're not held accountable, and so on. Once a feasibility study is done and that is determined, and it's justified for that team now to be disbanded, then that can happen. But clearly, we must agree that didn't happen in this case.
Yes, I did earlier on explain, as I'm doing now, that a year after the establishment of the National Political Task Team, they then started the process. This was the beginning of the process. They were analyzing what's happening at that time. And they were building a study that would be approved at a later stage. They were in the early stages, in other words, but already a year later, after the establishment, they were busy at work, but not yet having successfully created these structures. That's the thing. The specialist units were being established, they were being fused in, and so on. So these were early stages, Senior Counsel. It was going to be some time before you could say, we now no longer need the political killings task team. This was not the time. It was merely a recognition, a concept, but they had already begun to say, you need specialized teams or specialized units. So, and they were beginning to envisage how it will look like. Now, building on that ourselves, because this thing got approved, it could have been implemented even long before we arrived. And so we say, let's review the structure to suit the imperatives of the seventh administration.
So is your, sorry to cut you, but are you saying that this was already approved by the time you assumed the position of Minister of Police, but there was a failure or
implementation was slow.
Implemented.
Was slow. it had not reached the level where you could then do away or disband the National Political Killings Task Team. That's why they extended its life up to 2022 via motivations, via presentations, and then the National Commissioner and the Minister sign that we extend the existence of the National Political Task Team, which will then extend or provide finance or funding. So these two things needed to go parallel together in order to meet the obligations of the PFMA, so that you don't fund a structure outside the organogram perpetual without accounting properly for it in terms of the objective for which it was created right from 2018. And you needed to act responsibly now and say, by the way, what are the imperatives of the new administration? What do we have? What do we need to improve? What do we need to change? Which has happened. And in our discussions, we find that some of these things that we're discussing had already happened in terms of decision and thinking. Let me make an example. The ORS, the Operations and Response Service, we were told it once existed at some point, but then they did away with it. They said, no, we no longer need the Operations and Response Team. So where is it now? All these units, Task Force, Task Unit, National Intervention Unit, RTI, and POP, where are they? They are under VISPOL. And VISPOL takes 53% of the budget of SAPS, but it is one branch under one divisional commissioner. Operationally, it's impossible. You have your border there, it's impossible for one divisional commissioner to be able to take effective command of all these units, yet they are there. They are a potential capacity for SAPS to combat crime, including those crimes that are being performed by or done by hardened criminals and cartels. Criminal cartels and
Gospel must catch Matlala.
Pardon?
Now you say, you're suggesting Vispol, they take up 53% of the budget?
Yes, they take, Vispol alone, take 53% of the total budget of SAPS. And yet it's just under one divisional commissioner. Now, that one divisional commissioner can't be responsible for policing in police stations to make sure that they have cars, they have systems of policing in each police station, and they are performing their job, and then still run with all these task teams, all of them. It's impossible. Keep them oiled, deploy them as and when it is necessary. So you go to Gauteng and they complain to you, your Minister of Police, you run there after 5 people have been murdered. You go there, you say, I'm here to see what has happened, but it has already happened. And then from there, they call you in the Eastern Cape, they say there are matters in Lusikisiki. You run there. And so you end up you don't have something sustainable that runs the country in terms of combative capacity on a sustainable and ongoing basis. So when 6 shots get released for 5 nights in the Cape Flats, where are we? In terms of rushing where the bullet has been released and dealing with the culprits there, where are we? We come in the morning in the form of a uniform. Even if I fly from Pretoria or from wherever, we gather there, I get accompanied by many police. But what is the results? I go out, I go away. As soon as these criminals see Minister is gone with this group of police and so on, they start from where they ended, because nobody deals with them to a point where you get to know who is doing this and what do we do with them. It doesn't get to that point until it happens, and then we investigate. At one point, I held a meeting, a virtual meeting with the National Commissioner for an hour. I counted. It was 1 hour, the two of us, virtual. And I say, National Commissioner, I can't tolerate what is happening in the Western Cape on an ongoing basis. I'm now quite a number of months into the portfolio, and I'm not going to be able to answer in 12 months what is it that I've done in that particular period. Please, let's do this. Deploy intelligence, crime intelligence to the Western Cape. I want names of people who are killing people in the Western Cape. I want name and surname through intelligence services. Go and do it. After you gather all the necessary information, then you can deploy specialized forces, SAPS specialized teams. They now have the name, they know where and so on and how, both on drugs and others. Because crime has a name and a surname. Each committed crime in South Africa has a name and surname. You've got to trace this name and surname to prove that you are working, you are there as police to protect life and limb in the country. If you don't do that, you are generally around with uniform until you point to a particular criminal who fired a shot that killed someone.
Well, that's what Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and his project leader, General Khumalo, that's what they say they did quite successfully. Each crime has a name. They got the names, they made arrests, they got prosecutions, they're working in a multidisciplinary team, and it's a rapid response. All these problems that you've highlighted with the situation where we respond too late,
yes,
we never respond. They're able to respond because they specialized, and they've been doing it since 2018. They say successfully.
I respond as follows. They have become a factor in reducing political killings in KZN. I'm saying a factor, not that they single-handed have brought down the killings in KZN. I'm making that point. I acknowledge that they've done work, but they are not the only factor. If you look at other factors. But you're talking about a team of 68 people as far as, or 100 and something, because when we last spoke with General Masimula, we're talking about reducing them to 68 as we were phasing out. Now, supposing they are 130 or something like that, they are operating from KZN. And at some point, for some reason, you deploy 10 in Gauteng. You don't deploy anyone in the Western Cape. It can't work. Let's apply common sense, you and I.
Yeah, and you may have a point. They draw from different stations across the country.
And they're not replaced.
Some of the best or better.
It won't work. What will work?
And they also have a rotation. They also work on a rotational basis. So
they are not budgeted for. They are not budgeted for by national. They pick up money. I don't know where they pick up money from. When that 20 million that was allocated, even if National Commissioner signs and say, I approve the new budget up to 2026, I would say as minister, I don't agree with you. Not because I am just itchy to disband the national political, it's because the bulk of people who are being murdered in South Africa are not the ones that are being dealt with by the National Political Killings Task Team. And that's a fact. It's not theory. It's not what I like. It is a fact. I've recently said the studies released last year by the Global Initiative tells you 34% of matters in South Africa are done in organized crime in that category. 34, no, it's 35 there, 34 are in taxi violence. And then 24 is political killings, and 7 is personal, where you just go on a mission of your own and say, I want to go and murder so and so. Now, when you allocate the resources, where do you put that figure, those figures? When you say to the nation, I have the National Political Killings Task Team that is dealing with all these matters in these categories throughout the country that I'm talking, are you speaking the truth? You are lying. You are lying to the nation. No matter how eloquent you put it, no matter how you look like in the face, it just is not reality that we're dealing with. You are just talking. Even if they clap hands for you, you are not dealing with reality. That's what I'm talking about here. Now, you are minister of, you are given a job, minister of police. What do? You've got to run the country, not KZN. You've got to reduce crime. You've got to reduce murders. You've got to reduce proliferation of arms throughout. You can't deal with it with one temporal task team based in KZN. You will never do it. No matter how you claim, no matter how many times you go to TV, you will never do it. You'll never do it. That's my argument.
No, I hear your argument loud and clear, and I'm sure so is everybody in the room and in the country listening to what you're saying.
Just if I could add, part of your responsibility when you're given a job is to dedicate your thinking and focus. Use the chair that you are given in the office and the whole office space to think properly and to think reality, and not to come with sophisticated creations of your own and address people and say, I'm dealing with crime. And you leave people crying in reality, meaning you are lying.
Now, Minister, all that you said may make a lot of sense to a lot of people. But what I want to understand, and all of us want to understand, when did you get into a room with your National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, who started this political killings task team, and Khumalo, who's the project leader of the task team? When did you get into a room with them to have this kind of discussion or debate? Now, to some of us, maybe all of us, I'm not sure, it may sound very persuasive that, why have a dedicated political killings task team when we have murders taking place? There's taxi violence killings, there's gang wars on the Cape Flats, much higher, and there's this team, and so much money is being spent on this elite task team. It is not right. It is not fair. You should also look and spread your resources to deal with other killings.
Okay.
And then by way of a discussion and a persuasion, or maybe even a direction, you can say no. Because now they come with their counter arguments as to why the team should continue to exist. And you say, I hear you, but I don't buy your argument, and I'm now going to make the following decision. Can we agree that didn't happen?
No, I agree that I should get space to respond to your question.
Yeah, I'm asking.
All right. Now, when the president decided to intervene in KZN in the form of establishing this, he didn't call General Masimula, General Mkhwanazi, and General Kumar to talk to them. He didn't. So let me start afresh to satisfy myself that you are focusing as I'm responding to you. When the president flew to KZN to respond to what was happening, he didn't call General Masimula, General Mkhwanazi, and General Kumar to confide with them somewhere. He didn't. He addressed the nation. He said, to address what appears to be a crisis, when I am there as President of the Republic, I'm intervening. I am establishing a mechanism to deal with the problem that I see. It's going to take the form of an interministerial committee who will sit and discuss further the mechanism that I am telling them to design. Those are the people he sat with. And it's important to do so, to note that. And that team of ministers didn't call just General Masimula, General Mkhwanazi, and General Kumar. Because in the first place, the political killings task team was not there. So they called the team of people, they called DGs actually, and they called General Mkhwanazi because they were talking in KZN. So a collective of people. They said, look, we're tasked, we're an IMC, we're tasked to do 1, 2, 3, and so on. Let's talk on an ongoing basis. Come and present to us what we are briefing you about as our mandate. Then they went to craft whatever they crafted, and it got briefed. They got the briefing back, and then it was endorsed. That briefing resulted into a steering committee and an operational plan, or as an operational plan as part of. So when I come here and I'm asked that question, why didn't I call those 3 individuals? I respond in the way that I'm responding. But my response also includes that all the things that I've spoken to you, Senior Counsel Chair, up to now, happened in their presence. All of them, because they are part and parcel. The work study, the implementation, the extensions, and when extensions didn't take place, but funding continued, they were there, all of them, and so on. Now, I look at the thing.
Sorry, it happened in their presence, you say. But you weren't there at the time.
Pardon?
You weren't there at the time, the work study and all that. You weren't the minister at the time.
No, I wasn't there. There was a minister, though.
There was a minister, and that minister tells us, and will come and tell this honourable committee, that the task team was in operation, and by the time he left office, and as recently as, I think it was March 2024, he held his last media briefing.
2023.
The last March 2024, the last interministerial committee
briefing.
Briefing was held in March 2024, and as usual, he says, you know, your comrade, he did the presentation, and the task team was still very much in place, and he was happy with the work that they were doing. That was in March 2024. You were appointed on 30th of June 2024.
Yes.
So he doesn't seem to share your understanding that the task team was phased out, or was to be phased out, or as you contend that since 2022 the task team was operating unlawfully.
Now, let me take this opportunity to outline reasons why we disbanded the task team. In fact, why I issued a letter of directives, the 3 directives, so that we don't take one aspect For instance, I would respond to you that my predecessor can't be part of what I mean, you can't say he will come and say he is not happy, as if it is his duty to do so. Now, it's not. I'm here now taking you through the reasons. Could I go ahead, Senior Counsel?
Just hold a moment, Senior Counsel. Honorable Malema.
Sorry, Honorable Chair.
Hold.
Sorry.
Let me start. The first reason.
I have recognized an honorable member.
Thank you, Chair. I think the question was not answered about whether did you meet Honorable General Masemola,
Oh, yes.
Khumalo, and Mkhwanazi. Not whether when it was formed, the president met them. That was not the question. The question was, did you meet General Masemola before we go to issuing of a letter? I think there we didn't get the answer there.
Now, I'll accept that and then respond by saying the meeting on the 1st of November, where I made remarks or statements of a policy nature. I don't know whether that has since been supplied to all of you. Those minutes, you will see who was there. And you will see which, the minutes of 1 November 2024. Yeah, the distribution may not have taken place, but it's
Minister, sorry, if just to refer the Honourable Chair and Honourable Members to the relevant volume, it's Exhibit Bundle 4, and it's at pages 163 to 177.
So could I go ahead? It was a meeting that was called to discuss the organizational structure. Now, I made remarks on page 3 of 15. The people who were present was Minister of Police, and I welcome Deputy Ministers, National Commissioner, General Masemola, and all other people who are present. Now, it doesn't say who else was present, but maybe if we get information, my understanding is that we were with provincial commissioners as well, not just General Mkhwanazi alone. So I make remarks there. The minister further indicated there was even labor there.
Which page you reading from?
I read from page 3 of 15. The minister further indicated that there must be reconsideration and review of certain capabilities, such as political killings task team, which are primarily about addressing serious crimes. He stated that SAPS should guard against creating structures, units based on specific category, while these duplicate the existing capabilities, e.g. taxi killings, political killing, all being about murders. This is what I said in the presence of management. Now, further down in the same page, you will see what General Masimula said. General Masimula indicated that the matter of the provincial commissioners was resolved some time ago, which was under discussion. He goes on and talk about, so he further stated that in terms of the inspectorate, in principle, management agreed that there's a need to do away with it. That's the first unit that we dissolved. And it's not and this is a unit. It was not even the task team. It's a unit in the organogram. However, there are difficulties with doing away with the unit right away. We acknowledge and accepted that. He gave example of affordability and so on. He further explained that a political killing capability that is in place was in a form of a task team and not a fixed unit established. So these were elaborate statements that were made in that meeting of a policy nature, and they were present. That's my response. But there is another meeting that we held, I think it was on the 22nd. It's just that we couldn't find minutes. It is called policy statements that I made together with the National Commissioner. He made in one of these meetings. Yeah, the Minister directed that the presentation should have a narrative in relation to the, so I'm making reference to that to respond to the question. But I never met the three of them to say, General Masimula, General Mkhwanazi, General Khumalo, come, let's have a discussion. But let me then go to the reasons so that you will see that there were ongoing discussions on various aspects, and there are certain things that precipitated the decision to disband.
Before you proceed, Minister, are you satisfied, Honorable Member? Honorable Nhlanhla?
No, thanks, Chair. Just to check that the minutes the witness is referring to is bundle 4, page 164. And if the witness has actually noticed that the minutes are not signed. Just that, Chair. Thank you.
The minutes for which meeting?
The 1st of November, 2024.
From which he just read now.
Yes.
Yeah, but the question was whether there was a meeting with the three, and the answer is no.
Yes, Chair, I understand that part, but I'm saying if the minister noticed that they are not signed, so it actually touches on the authenticity and the credibility of the minutes. I was just raising that, Chair. It's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Then let me start with the reasons. So the first reason,
And have you
Excuse me,
on senior counsel?
Minister, just that part, it's part of this follow-up meeting of the 1st of November, at the bottom of 3 of 15. 3 of 15. There's reference to what General Masimula said about the task team. Can you see that the last paragraph?
yes.
General Masimula indicated that the matter of the provincial commissioners was resolved some time ago. And then later on he says, the last sentence, he further explained that a political killing capability that is in place was in the form of task team and not a fixed unit / establishment. What did he mean by that, or what did you understand?
It talks about permanent structure. He refers to it as a unit, which I said as a practice in SAPS would be part of the organogram, operating organogram. So it's not fixed, it's temporal.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what was he not saying that this discussion about organizational structures does not or should not include a reference to a task team because it's not a fixed unit of the establishment?
What is important is to note that there's acknowledgement that it is not a permanent structure or a permanent establishment. It's not a fixed establishment.
I think we all accept that. We accept
Yes.
that it's been extended from every year, from 2018
Yes.
through now to 2026, except that your position seems to be that from 2022.
2022. I'm saying from 2022, there was no substantive discussion to extend the existence. There was whatever happened after 2022, which as the last signature of the National Commissioner and the Minister on the establishment, on the existence of the task team, was then for financial purposes to say fund, and then it was as it had happened up to 2026 is funding, but we're no longer there. We are now on my reasons why.
Yeah, but just to pause there,
Okay.
because it's important that we get this clear, because the former Minister Pele, certainly accepted right up until his last media briefing on the task team as the chairperson of the Interministerial Committee, that there was such a task team, that it was in place, that it was operating.
And I would agree with him.
And that the Interministerial Committee, this political committee that you're talking about, was briefed, well, twice a year.
I would agree with him.
Yes. And there was never any, so, well, we don't know, maybe
That was
one of the
2023.
honorable members and their researchers will look into it, but it seemed to be, even if they were operating outside of the PFMA, if it was irregular or wasteful expenditure, this seemed to have been condoned. That because they continued in operation.
No, I've indicated that we held a meeting on the 1st of November, and we held another meeting on the 22nd. Even if the minutes are not signed, but I would believe that because this was a meeting of the support branch of SAPS, somebody would have a correct record of this. But I'm on leave, so I got this document that was with me. Not from the office, so they would have a better document in the office.
We had made a written request to the office of the National Commissioner, and that this is what we received, and this is what we've made available to you and to everyone else.
Okay.
They don't have any other minute or any other documentation.
So let me go on. I've then indicated that I wasn't alone on the meeting of the 1st. I wasn't alone in the meeting of the 22nd. But let me go to the other aspects, therefore, or reasons for the disbandment right away, if I could be allowed to do so. So the first reason is my belief that if you continue to have a political killings task team, you are not recognizing there's a new work study that gave rise to the new organogram. And I don't want to be in denial. I am confirming that we've done that work and that the structure, I am able to face the nation and say, the organogram that we have designed should be able to enable us to develop capacity to face the challenges that are out there, requiring response, effective and efficient response from police, So that's the first reason. You now have capacity. We have done the work, you have processed together with everybody in the department, not alone. It is there in place, we just have to implement. General Masimula has signed the new organogram, and it now needs to be funded and implemented and rolled out. It caters even for the political killings, but no longer in KZN alone, all over the country. It is there, it is in place. I've demonstrated that. It has been discussed and adopted, not by me alone. Then we go to the next reason. The next reason is that when I assumed duties together with the deputy ministers, we got a number of people talking to us about various matters in the department. We were new coming in there. They would phone, they would WhatsApp, they would email. Others, in my case, they would ask for confidential meetings and so on. And I do state that in my affidavit. Now, these people, I mean, they would call you when you are in the car, they would call you wherever, and so on. But some of these people, like the ones that are included here, because they're in different categories, like Mary De Haas, for instance, she wrote extensively to us and then wrote to Parliament as well. And
so Minister, sorry. Apologies. I do want to get to your reasons for your 31 December 2024 directive. I do want to get there.
Yes.
But I was still, unless you tell me you're done, are we finished with the focus of the disestablishment of the political killings task team before we get on to the reasons and the rationale for the disestablishment of the team?
Okay.
And I think the last question was, which I think Honourable Member Malema had also flagged, and we don't have a definitive answer. Did you get into a room with General Masemola, with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, with Lieutenant General Khumalo, who's the project leader of that team, to discuss the disestablishment with the team, or why it should continue, and for them to do a motivation? What we do know is that there was this meeting on the 1st of November where you made some remarks about it, but from the minute, unless the minute is not a full recordal of what happened, this was not a discussion about the PKTT. This seems to be a passing reference to the PKTT in the context of the organizational structure of the police. And the only reference that General Masemola makes is to say, by the way, PKTT is not a unit that's part of the organizational structure. It's a task team. We don't know. We didn't have the minute, unfortunately, before us when he testified. Maybe we'll put that question to him in writing and get his response, what he meant. So there's only passing reference to it. It's not a meeting where it was discussed. It was mentioned, and General Sabia had also mentioned the other night. No, it was, well, I'm not even sure now whether it was mentioned or discussed in November. We took issue with him, but perhaps to give him a little bit of credit, there seemed to have been mention of it in November 2024 before the decision was taken to disestablish the task. So can we accept from you there was no focused discussion on the disestablishment of the task team before 31 December 2024?
Well, Senior Counsel, I'm not sure about forecast, because there's nothing that suggests that on the 1st of November, nobody was focused on what was going on there. But if you mean that there was no day where we said this day we're going to be discussing the National Political Killings Task Team, I would say yes, there was no such a day. There was no day to discuss the National Intervention Team, the National Intervention Unit, even though it has not been disbanded. But I'm saying, as a principle, you would discuss all the teams and so on if there was a day for them, and I'm sure at some point would come. And as it happens, you now know that there was a meeting that came after the disbandment. But
yeah, no, we know about those meetings.
But I wanted
before then.
In the reasons, I want to capture that response. So you will then get to understand how we intended to handle that particular matter specifically in a dedicated form that you are talking about. But I've already answered that it was discussed on the 1st of November. It was discussed on the 21st of November and 22nd November. Much as you would want me to say there was a day, I am answering there was no such a day when there was a dedicated discussion on this. I'm saying so.
So your answer is it was discussed with, but Mkhwanazi wasn't in the meeting. Khumalo, he wasn't in the meeting. Only General Masemola was in the meeting.
Senior Counsel, I've said, yes, there was this meeting. It was the way it was. And these statements were made in that meeting. I want to avoid talking as if I breached a particular law by not doing what you are talking about. I'm putting it as it happened that we had a meeting on the 1st. Now, I'm not hearing you saying, why didn't you have the 3 on the 1st and not this meeting? So I had this meeting, I'm telling it as it is. And then on the 22nd, that's all we did. Not a meeting dedicated, separate, with General Khumalo, with General Mkhwanazi, and with General Masemola. No, not that one.
Yeah, so it seems to me that this is all part of your orientation as a new minister since July 2024, and even by November 2024, you're discussing the organizational design and structure, and one of those issues that crops up or arises from those discussions is the political killings task team. As part of that discussion, that's the context of that discussion. What I asked you about is whether there was any dedicated, or as you like to say, focused discussion on the political killings task team. And from this minute, it doesn't appear to have been the case. And we don't have, unfortunately, the minute of the 24th of November.
Now, let me say 2 things. I've already said there was no focused discussion on the matter, but I want to elaborate on that and give you the more detail. 2, not as if there was a prescription that it had to happen and take a particular form. There's no law that says so. 3, I've already given given what happened on the 1st and what happened later. But now, give me space to give you reasons why we disbanded. And some of the answers from your question, some of the answers you will get as I move on the matter. I'm saying this to lessen the burden on senior counsel to say, answer this question. I've answered. Okay, can I go ahead? Okay, go ahead. Final. All right. So the first reason is that we get to the department, we do various discussions, consultations, we read, and so on. And then gradually, I get to learn about all these things that were spoken about up to now. What happened in 2019 and so on. The work studies, the establishment, we get to discuss the imperatives of the 7th administration, and we deal with the organogram, and we come up with a new structure crafted on the basis of what had happened before, and we move on with the work. All right. It becomes imperative to me as minister that you can't have a duplicate structure or any other duplicate structures on top of what has already been put in place and what can deliver on the mandate of the 7th administration in the form of this organogram, catering for all that SAPS could do or can do in order to meet the mandates and the imperatives of the 7th administration. And I'm saying I'm convinced that if this organogram is implemented, it will have an impact on murders, on firearms and so on crime in South Africa, based on this, if we go on. So you streamline, you say, I've got the machinery now, as we have signed off now. And it is important to note that there is no one, when we did this, who said, put in the organogram the National Political Killings Task Team. It has been there for 5, 6, 7 years. Put it on the organogram. No one said so. Not Commissioner Masimula, not the other generals, including General Mkhwanazi or General Kumar. So we went on with the organogram until it was finalized. But we went on with this understanding that there is no task team that, including the National Political Killings Team, Political Killings Task Team, it was never meant to be permanent. It was even referred to as a project. In many documents, is reflected on as a project. Now, if it's a project, it tells you that as a project, it would have a particular time frame of starting, particular funding, and particular time of ending. It's not a permanent project. So that's the first reason. Second reason, I began to say, I got to interact with a lot of people. Deputy ministers also got to interact with many people. Now, others made written inputs and others didn't. The categories of people who were speaking to us are different. Maybe let me start with the one that even finally made me write on the 31st of December. A number of people who were part of the National Political Task Team sent WhatsApps to me and to the deputy ministers over a long period, shortly after we started working in SAPS. Others, as I've said, would want to see me privately, confidential. And we had talks. And there are quite a number. Now, those people would say, we don't want to be revealed. We don't want to be known. We just are coming here to say there are these particular issues. And let me categorize them. They are in two categories, those issues. They are of an HR nature. The practices within National Political Killings Task Team, the way they practiced HR matters or handled HR matters. Two, they are of a nature that made me feel that if these matters are not attended to expeditiously, they have potential, if not already, of damaging the reputation of SAPS, amounting to others defeating the ends of justice. So they were in two categories. Now, those matters, as I've indicated, they were detailed in the conversations in various forms that I've indicated. Now, I had to process. First, we started with a meeting on the 21st of November with the two deputy ministers convened by me to say, what are you picking up since we started? So each one of us said, hey, because we were specific, we're discussing what we were receiving, the complaints, the grievances, and all of that. So we discussed this. Others we had already started addressing by allocating, you address the problem of so and so, you address the problem of so and so, and that was done. And we're beginning to do work. But I convened this specific meeting. The resolution in that meeting said, Minister, these things that we have shared here are important. Go and engage the National Commissioner. That is what came out. We didn't discuss the detail of the form it must take and all of that. It was just go and engage the National Commissioner on all these matters that we've just discussed and other related matters. Now, I will come back later to say what then happened. But because we didn't discuss the nature of the form in which it was left upon me to really look at how I would go about engaging the National Commissioner, which I did. And it took some time before I could satisfy myself that this is the form it must take. Now, let me put a comma there. That's the first reason. That's the second reason. The other reason is around there were also a lot of other information that we got. I had already mentioned Professor Meriti Haas, that she's one of the people who called us, wrote to Parliament, and so on. And there's one thing that I normally do. Meriti Haas is a well-established...
Who is Meriti Haas? We've heard her name here now many times.
Meriti Haas is a KwaZulu-Natal based violence monitor who has been there over time. I've never had the opportunity, as far as I can recall, of having met her, but I do read the stuff that she produces.
Yeah, she wrote a letter.
Yes.
Look at the letter.
Okay. That's the person. I'm talking
in the
about.
bundle in the Exhibit 4. It's at pages 14 to 21, Exhibit 4.
Yes.
So you never met her?
If I recall, if it happened, it happened. It must have happened some time ago, long time ago.
When you were the
But
Premier?
not when I was MSc or Premier or what. I don't recall, let alone after becoming minister.
And
But I've read her statements.
so she's not an advisor to you.
Not at all.
You hadn't met her. She writes to you
Merely as minister,
on the
I suppose.
31st of October 2020.
She wrote to the portfolio committee.
And she wrote to the portfolio committee.
She's not an advisor either there. She wrote to them as well. All right.
So, and you don't know her?
Then I read what she wrote.
You've never met her. You don't know her personally. Did you check out her credentials?
No, I know her.
You know her.
Yes, she has been there in KZN for a long time. It's difficult to miss anyone who is in Parliament who comes from there. You would have heard or known or read.
Even I don't come from there, but I've heard of her over the years. And then, to be fair, she's at times she bravely stood her ground during the apartheid years, and there was police brutality. So I do, but I'm not sure that if she writes a letter to me and I'm the Minister of Police, I'm necessarily going to take her advice or take her seriously.
No, I haven't said I took her advice. I merely said she wrote to me.
Well, you're not dealing with your reasons. The Mary de Haas letter is one of those reasons.
She wrote a letter to me. I'm still telling the story, what happened. So she wrote to me and I read it. But let me open up about what I normally do when I receive letters or calls. I normally don't ignore when people write or call me. I tried and make an effort to respond to what they say. There are many people who have phoned me over time, but I've never met them. But sometimes I respond to them. So I did look at the letters and so on. And I also read her correspondence to the portfolio committee. If I'm not mistaken, she would have written to me and CC'd them to me and so on. Now, I do also ask my communications people to get articles written by people about South African Police Service, to get them to me in the form of copies and so on. Not with the purpose of responding to, but getting to know what they have to say about South African police, including her. So I then indicate what she was saying on various occasions about that, and I read those things that she spoke about. Then there's another lady called Patricia Mashale, who write almost every second day about South African police, especially on the negative side. So I read what she writes, but I've never responded and I've never called her to discuss any of her articles or letters or WhatsApps or whatever. I just read and keep. And at some point, the way she writes to us, I got a bit worried because she seems to know quite a lot of things, including letters written by this person or that person within SAPS. So I asked the IGI to say, can you give me, can you work on the profile of this lady? I just need to know more about her. And he did. And he wrote back to me about what he was saying to me about her and so on. Basically saying, well, his own understanding of her, having profiled her, his understanding of her is mixed. There are things that she says that are true, but there are others that are true, but she continues to write, and sometimes about something that is a mere rumor that doesn't exist and so on. So her correspondence was mixed.
So you got someone to do a little bit of homework on Ms. Mashale?
Yes, because I didn't know her. It's not like Mary Dehas, who I knew.
You didn't need anyone to do any homework on Ms. Dehas?
Mary?
Dehas.
Yeah, I've said I know Mary.
Yeah.
I've known her for a long time, particularly through her writings and what she says and so on. That's what I said. Not Moke.
I think she also appeared before the Morani.
Yes.
Some kind of
Yes, but Mashale, I had never met and I had not heard, but she was really posting things and so on. And then I asked the IGI to look at and write to me about her, and he did, and I read it. And at some point, I shared the understanding of the IGI with National Commissioner to say, hey, this is what IGI is saying about Patricia Morgan. But National Commissioner, she has also written to her or sent WhatsApp to him and so on. We just shared that generally and we passed.
Okay.
Now, there's the second category.
Yeah, before you proceed, there is a hand from Honorable Malema.
No, thanks, Chair. I understood the minister to have said he asked the IGI, which will mean Inspector General of Intelligence, to check on this person. Now, after he gave that answer, the SC says, you are saying you asked on someone to do homework. You can't refer to IGI as someone. He has to be referred to as IGI, consistent.
Yes.
You can't make that mistake because it's going to disappear. He said he asked IGI to check on her, and the SC says, oh, you asked on someone. It can't be. It has to be one answer, and the minister answered that. So I just wanted us to have the same understanding.
That it must go to the record as the person that the minister requested to check on Miss Patricia Mashale. That person is the Inspector General of Intelligence.
Point taken, Honorable Malema.
Yes.
So I wrote to the IGI and he then responded.
So, Minister, you say the name of the person is Miss Patricia Mashale?
Yes. Okay. Yes, Chair.
And the matter was referred to the Inspector General of Intelligence?
Yes, because in particular, she would write about crime intelligence matters quite extensively. And she would send emails and so on. That's why I went to the Inspector General of Intelligence. And then I got the advice in writing about her. Now,
so when you say that she used to write extensively about intelligence matters, what do you mean? You mean it's unusual for a person in her position to write about those matters? Or did she have a more than sufficient information that you would ordinarily expect her to have?
No, what she did is write and send you a WhatsApp on your phone on a frequent basis, not regular, frequent basis. She would send you documents which appeared to be SAPS documents, genuine, but send them to you. She would send you reports of one situation or the other, criminality, and so on. She wrote also about, she sent me when about that those weapons and people that we found in Mpumalanga. She wrote.
I want to know, is she qualified to be in possession of such information?
I wouldn't say she qualifies because
not all of it. Other information may be general or public information that everybody knows is reported in the news. So what we want to establish is whether is there some of the information which when she converses with you, you get worried that an ordinary civilian may not have to be in possession of information like this one because this is SAPS information.
the frequency with which she wrote and the stuff she wrote and sent and so on is the one that made me say, who is this person? IGI, can you profile? And after that, I spoke to the National Commissioner who confirmed that he too does receive those kinds of things from Patricia. And she likes doing that on a frequent basis, almost to everybody and so on. That's the nature of things. And I'm merely mentioning in passing that she also did write. Now, this is what we were talking about, not necessarily in detail with the deputy ministers. Now, I said I would come back to that other category I started with, but this is what happened. The other reason is around budget matters. Now, on budget, I'm trying to check my submission where I wrote about budget. On budget, I've already indicated that throughout, let me indicate that throughout our discussions with the SAPS management, from when we arrived during orientation up to the end of the year and beginning of the year, there was always focus and emphasis on the decreased budget. In other words, decreased resources within SAPS. You would ask, why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? They will always say, there's no money. There's no money. Even after we identified what we referred to as priorities, ministerial priorities that were expanding on the other priorities of the state as a whole. But they continued, like technology, for instance. We have had extensive discussions on technology. And they continued to say, well, yeah, we take those priorities, infrastructure in the form of police stations and other enablers, as we call them. But they continued to say, there's no budget. We don't have all the money. We hear you, we hear the priorities and so on, but there's no money. And therefore, this was lingering in my mind all the time to say, where can we make better of resources to SAPS because of the shortage? So budget allocated to SAPS was one of the main factors, key factors that made us think, what is that we need to do? When we took the decision to disband the police inspectorate, what we had in mind was, how do we optimize the resources that we have? Because you have people in office in the form of police inspectorate who you may seemingly not require in that form, but you require them, their skills, their experience, and their work elsewhere. You definitely need them. And so that's why we then say maybe we need to redeploy them elsewhere, optimizing on the budget. Now, as we did so, the budget allocated to SAPS became one of the things that I considered when I wrote the letter, to give effect to more optimization of our resources from within SAPS, and we did that. Now, the budget became quite a difficult subject. I want to, on my supplement, say something about this. It came to a point where, on the budget, we had to consider certain things. One of them is what I heard the National Commissioner mention during the commission, Matlala Commission, and subsequent I heard, when I listened to Khumalo, General Khumalo, I heard him say, I will repeat those things. They were, in responding to questions that were asked, responded using the language inclusive of traditional ways of investigation, normal ways of investigating, common ways of investigating. Of course, they were responding. But what it revealed, without them intending to do so, was that in police, we make a differentiation between a way in which political killings task team, which is efficient, which is good, the way in which they investigate cases, good. Let me not talk about results, just good, that they approach things that way. But this is confined to a specific category of people. The rest of the people are condemned to common ways of investigating, traditional ways of investigating, and common ways of investigating. Now, from where I sit as minister, we can't go on like that. You can't say, because it's a public representative, I must employ this particular specialized way of investigating. But because it's not a public representative or it's not an induna, let us use the normal or traditional or common way of investigation. The Constitution doesn't say so. What we rather can do is to take the experience that the National Political Task Team has gone through. You then make it apply all over as a good practice, different from the practice that is called traditional, that is called normal. To me, this is one of the ticking bombs in the South African Police Service, especially when you pronounce it that there are various levels of in terms of quality of investigating. That talks to your ethics. It talks to your kind of mentality, the kind of practice that you want to see established and perpetrated within SAPS. You don't want to do that from my side. And the Constitution doesn't allow us to do that. We need to improve. If there's a particular experience that we've gained from a province in one way or the other, let it be taken and duplicated elsewhere, because everybody requires speciality and attention. We can't justify it on an ongoing basis. It's unfair and unconstitutional. So I'm on the budget that it has got dynamics in it such that in summary, you need to optimize how you use your budget. And I'm saying there are ways in which we have intervened to optimize. We even held a meeting. We called it the optimization of the budget. How effective, how efficient would we use the budget for this particular purpose? Now, there are issues, I've already indicated a number of them, that we are doing very badly in. I've already given technology. At one point, it was very painful to listen to police in one district in the Eastern Cape saying, when they were briefing us, saying, Minister, one of the challenges we have, frustrations we have, is that we have old equipment in SAPS. And our targets in the form of criminals, they use advanced equipment. And in detecting them, they are the ones who detect us, and they run away from us because they know we have old technology, and they will be able to tell where we are, and they will go to the other way. And then when we go to the other way, once our technology indicates something, then by the time we reach there, they are no longer there. So technology, we're not good at all. We're quite bad in technology, quite low on technology. The next one is police accommodation. There are police stations that are terrible in South Africa, quite a number. You get calls, you get grievances. At one point, I attended to a meeting requested by the Honorable Chief Whip, the Honorable Nhlanhla, to his constituents. He was saying, come and listen to a number of people in my constituency about a police station in Maran Hill. And as I did that, I come from Ngolezana Township in Mbangel. I know police operated from a shell that I am very, very embarrassed about, a police station in the area where I come from. But there are many others which are like that. When you look at them, you can't believe that there's somebody working there or who can do any good job, just looking at the structure of the building itself. And we are far behind. We have huge backlogs on police stations. So we need money like that. And then support to detectives. Detectives wear clothing like us, but they have 1,000 rand allowance per year, per month, to buy suits and so on because they're detectives. They're even worse off than those who are in uniform because they get distributed with the uniform. So we needed to say, how to improve this situation as a matter of fact and not make assumptions. That's why we convened a workshop, 3-day workshop in March, to say, how do we improve some of these working conditions in SAPS, personnel and vehicles. If you hear somebody in SAPS saying that in our police station, there are only 4 vehicles, my guess would be there are more than 6 vehicles allocated there. It's just that half of the vehicles that are allocated to that police station are not functional. So out of 6, there are 3. So people will say there are only 3. In fact, there are 6. And it's a constant and consistent grievance out there for which you need to respond by availing resources, lack of forensic labs. I'm identifying priorities which need funding, for which even the portfolio committee can't assist us and Treasury can't assist us. So we have to find resources inside. Deteriorating budget. Equity in remuneration. As we speak, much as we were able to raise salaries after the workshop, allowances, I would call them. Now, I'm sure there are very few people in Parliament who are aware that these units that we're proud of, like TRT, like NIU, maybe NIU a little bit better, but other units, task force, POP, and all of that, get very little money. Maybe around 4,000, around 5,000 a month. And these are married people. These are adults. They get very little with the training, specialized training that they have. And it's painful. But as we talk now, after the workshop in March, we were able to raise the salaries of all the others except TRT. They are still where they are. And it's painful. But I am aware that the people in PKTT, it's not a fault of their own. We made an effort to try and bridge the gap and so on. But in PKTT, their claims are far better than those in all other units. I'm talking about units while they are only a task team. They have better cars, they have better accommodation. All these others, including detectives, they use barracks and they use private homes of people. And they're vulnerable and so on. So we need to bring equity on those matters. Now, I'm then saying this is one, just the dynamics of the needs for the budget, which made us think that we need to optimize and so on. Now, let me go on to another reason.
Suppose the Chair, can we take a short break?
Yeah, but I wanted to check how many more reasons are left, because we want you to break.
Okay. Now,
how long will it take you to present all those reasons?
I'm sure if you give me another 30 minutes, taking delight that tomorrow I'm back here. And I want to explain to the Chair, from the 6th of July, I'm wearing General Mkhwanazi. From the 6th of July, I'm smelling General Mkhwanazi. And this is the first opportunity that I'm getting to explain myself. And I'm going to do justice to that. And I'm pleading with you to give me the opportunity to do that, considering as well that he has gone to the commission for quite a long time, piling the accusations
on a point of order,
and so on. So I'm responding to those.
On a point of order.
Let me take, because I didn't want you to debate them.
On a point of order.
Let me take the two hands, Honorable Malema, Honorable Skosan.
No, I don't think you explained properly to a minister. We're not leaving. We're asking how long will you take to respond to this question so we can break for comfort break and come back. You are still with us. We can be here until 2 in the morning. Don't worry. We're just asking for comfort break.
I would say, thank you very much for that. I'm very, very comfortable. And I'm subject. I thought that you were saying once you want to break. So I'm obliged to your direction, to your directives.
Yeah, I wanted
to finish just the reason.
To say to you that
the reasons,
because you have listed reasons.
Yes.
So I wanted to know how many reasons now are left for you to conclude that part.
Okay.
So that we can give you a comfort break.
Okay. I can do this in, say, 20 minutes to wrap up.
That is too much.
Yes.
So we must break now.
Okay.
And then come back after that 20 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And then you can continue.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I think the minister doesn't know that we even go knock off at 1 a.m. in the morning. We don't mind.
Yeah, no, you must not be worried. But look,
Okay.
if that is what you are wearing or what you are smelling is combat clothes, I will advise you to wear Senzo Mchunu and not General Mkhwanazi.
Thank you.
Smell Mchunu and not Mkhwanazi. Honorable Skosan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just before your break, the remark from the minister that he's smelling, from the 6th, for me, he has started to smell like General Sibia. I thank you, Chair.
No, yeah, no, you are out of order because what the chair has said here is that Minister Mchunu is Minister Mchunu and General Mkhwanazi is General Mkhwanazi. It ends there. Yeah, Ariska in Chamai, man. No. Honorable members, we've taken a comfort break. 20 minutes, yes. You come back at 16:40.
I was a coach.
What's happening, sir? You are listening to us from a television. You are listening to us from a television. Hauna mchongo. Ndio. Not
I saw you sleeping. I saw you sleeping again. You didn't. Oh, that's not start.
Right?
Senior Counsel. Welcome, Minister. We can proceed. The time that you requested, we are allocating it to you now. Minister, do you want to continue presenting those reasons?
Yes, please. I was waiting for Senior Counsel to. Okay.
I think he's still reorganizing himself. You can just proceed and present those, complete that part of the reasons that you were presenting.
Yes, I'm done with the budget. On that note, and I'm now wanting to just summarize the reasons, but by going back to the one where I put a comma. The group of people that wanted private conversations and others sent WhatsApps and so on, and who expressed concerns about their security and all of that, and who I said what they were saying to me, I took the decision that whenever there's an opportunity, which I didn't think at that time, I didn't know what mechanism we would need to follow, I decided and accepted that their safety would almost be in my hands, because if I go and say so and so and so and so has said 1, 2, 3, it wouldn't augur well on their part. And this influenced me not to go to the National Commissioner as I would have done with other grievances and other complaints, because there was now security. It had nothing to do with trusting or not trusting the National Commissioner. Even the DMs, I didn't go to them to say there is this, but this process of thinking what mechanism the engagement would take, especially on this particular aspect, it took me really some time to settle with something that is balanced, that I was happy with. Now, let me divulge though how I had when finally in those in that last day of the year, I decided to write the letter. First thing, I calculated months I'd been appointed to police. It was 5 months at that time. And when I looked at our performance, I was happy with our performance in terms of progress that we had made. But it didn't meet my standards, I must admit, it didn't. So I thought we would have done more in terms of progress on all the difficulties that we were coming across and make SAPS work better, especially if calculated from one imperative of this seventh administration, make people feel secure in the country. So I felt that we were lagging behind and there was a gap. So I then said, no, I'm not going to, this was a decision that I had been nursing, but without settling for it, deciding that I'm settling. Now, when we broke after the 28th, we only stopped working on the 28th of December. I had time to sit. I went to my home in where I grew up in the rural area. Some of the rural areas like mine, they are open, really rural, and you think better when you are there. Some of you who come from those areas that are open, I see Honorable Mkhwanazi smiling. He knows the processing. I then got time to think in a concentrated way, 29, 30, because I must be honest, it didn't add up, even on those days. I had not settled to it, no, I must write a directive. But because I put myself under pressure to really come to the conclusion of my thinking process, there was also an intervention that at the beginning of the year when we open, what is it that we will be upfront in terms of dealing with and delivering? And so early in the morning on the 31st, I woke up, I took the pen. In my home where I sleep when I'm there is a rendezvous. So I went there to sit on the table and started writing. Now, firstly, when General Mkhwanazi even took pain trying to explain that my letter was written by people who were sitting somewhere in a corner, I was looking at him on TV. I did see that he really was trying very hard to find a corner somewhere in South Africa where these people were sitting, who he didn't name. And he ended up not naming that place. What the truth is, I sat down in that room alone and I wrote what ended up being the directives. Why did I select the three? They came from the work that we had been doing. And in my assessment, they came up tops as uppermost in my mind, also considering the views of people. Now, which are these issues? It is the disbandment of the political task team, merely as part of, not that I have any particular individual in the team that I have a problem with, but it was optimization. I will get resources and so on, more resources to do what we have to do in advancing the work. And my calculation was that it would be a process that at some point we would discuss in a particular way. So I then said, okay, political killings task team, we would need to disband it. 2, It is border management, because we have, as leadership, whether here in Parliament or in the executive, some instances you really can't, you feel you can't explain. Like when a young 6-year-old girl, among other matters, was murdered in Soweto. And it turned out that she had been murdered by a foreigner, somebody from outside, from Mozambique. And when you looked at that person and the age of the child and the atrocity, the manner, the cruelty that went into the murdering of that child, I really felt embarrassed. And it was one of the things that I recorded. That maybe if I had taken some steps to reduce the inflow in borders by making sure that we play our role, an efficient role as SAPS among other people who are on the border, we could have saved the life of the child. That came to me. Then I then wrote border management, but by then I had become aware that in fact the exit and entrance points in South Africa are porous. Those people who are criticizing us for not taking these matters up the way we should as government over time are correct, and I support them. Therefore, border management came as a result. It has matters inside. I come from KZN, northern part of KZN. I often speak to people in Mkhwanazi and so on, and those people live in fear, literal fear of losing their cars, losing themselves, and all of that. In other words, being victims of these people who are maranguing in that particular area. And murders have taken place by these people and so on. And so I identified that as the second thing that I would want to tackle very early at the beginning of the year. And then the third one was freezing posts in crime intelligence. Now, let me then wrap up on the, as I say, on the political killings, Tassim, why I then did it the way I did it. I've indicated that the prime issue was, how do I disclose if I phone the National Commissioner, if I talk to the National Commissioner and all the other people who are managing the political killings task team, but him in particular, or deputy ministers or deputy ministers. I felt that let me reduce the risk to myself of these people and nevertheless take the decision while mitigating the exposure and the risk on the side of these people. Then I wrote political killings team, and so it's a decision I took, and I'm responsible for it, and I stand by it. That I will deal, of course, with the constitutionality and lawfulness thereof. But in terms of reaching that decision and writing it, if there's one person to talk about on it, it's me. Let's not look for some people who are in the corner. In the writing and transmitting my decision, there are only 3 people who were involved. One, it was the chief of staff in my office, because I didn't want to personalize it to a point where I simply write from home and like I wanted the office to house it, to host it, but we're not together with the chief of staff. So I said, here is the letter. Send it to the special advisor, Advocate Pikoli, who was in Pretoria, and the letter was sent to him. And he looked at it, he made some inputs. It went back to chief of staff with those corrections. He sent them to me, I read it, and I said, go ahead. That's the process. So don't look any further for any reason. Even if you somehow believe that I have no capacity to write that letter for some reason. I don't think that there is any engineering of anything in that. It merely were the selection of issues I felt strong about, but not on behalf of myself, but flowing from the work that is expected of me to deal with and make impact in terms of the work that I do. And it was not the first letter that I wrote ever in life. I'm not talking about letters of love affairs as a schoolboy. I wrote plenty of those letters. I'm talking serious work. I've done so in my job. I'm not saying so, honorable member. It really was not the first letter, and I don't think it is the last letter. Just a letter to write related to work. That's why I'm saying I'm taking personal responsibility of that letter, and I stand by it. Now, with identifying those three matters, but the reason why I couldn't consult, call General Masimula, called General Mkhwanazi, called General Kumalo to my home or elsewhere is because the finality of engaging on that matter came in that particular form in the last days of the year. So if you ask me, why not when we were together, I had not concluded. I'm honest about it. I make an effort to be honest all the time. I may not reach highest levels, but I always try to be honest. There was no one, and I would want even the Ad Hoc Committee, if you want, to take the gadget that I used, if they will not have taken it, to go and search whether that doesn't originate from there, and I trust technology. It can do. I'll hand it over to the Ad Hoc Committee. You will never find it having originated anywhere else. It originated from, and I was sitting alone at home. But there were other people like my wife, they were there, my children were there. I'm not meaning. But when I wrote, it was written by me, it was sent and to two other people. So don't be under any illusion, no matter how serious it is said, no matter who says so, it was written by me, that letter. So the reason why I couldn't consult, it was because of, in the main, the circumstances for that group of people. I've gone on the group of people to engage evidence leader to explain the situation and said, I wouldn't want to talk on behalf of anybody, of any one of them. I would want the Ad Hoc Committee to make means for them to come and give evidence, their own evidence. As they said to me, if they were lying to me, they will lie to you as well. I want them I want them to say these things live to you. That's why I didn't, there was no such a platform when I wrote, but nevertheless, I said to myself, I would have to do something. Yeah, I had a discussion with Advocate Pikolto to say, should we come up with an inquiry at ministerial level, just for these people to get a fair platform where they will feel safe and confident, because we can't just treat a risk of life, and this is a security thing, and say people must go and talk anyhow, anywhere, and so said so to me. Please look after ourselves. We trust you. We are talking about these things as they are. We have experienced these things firsthand in these two categories that I said, human resource practices and others that border, if not exactly, on defeating the ends of justice. And the names of people there. And I have responsibility to protect those individuals. That's why we went elaborate to say what would be the nature of transporting them as individuals. Where will they be accommodated? And how will they come here? And there must be somebody who lead each one of them on writing a statement to the ad hoc committee. We can't just leave it to them. They need to be assisted in terms of how to compile a statement to the ad hoc committee. So that is the reason, those are the reasons why I didn't convene anyone to talk about disbandment. But it is not proper to say there was no one else who was involved in processing all these things that I've spoken about as reasons. For instance, the budget. I'm not the only person in SAPS who knows that our budget is thinned up. I'm not. Even National Commission's accounting officer knows. He knows that on several occasions I said something needs to be done. I even contemplated going to Minister of Finance, but he's my colleague, I know. He would have said, Minister, there's no money. And I know that President and Treasury have set up a mechanism to visit all of us as ministers to check if we are optimizing our budgets. So I started the process on my own to optimize and so on. So the space in which we're operating is defined like that, and I'm honest in saying it was like that. But let me come to legality and constitutionality thereof, because it's one thing. When I came to that, when you write a directive, the difference between other directives is that other directives you would say when you are in a meeting and so on, but there's directives. Let me make an example. The one to disband the police inspectorate. We were in a meeting and I said, just brief me what these people do. We were in a meeting. Then they said they do 1, 2, 3, how many, 1, 2, 3, and so on. Then I said, what would happen to SAPS if we were to do away with the police inspectorate? And they said they don't think there will be anything that will happen. We're in a meeting. Not that I called the commander of the inspectorate or whoever. We're just in a meeting, normal meeting. And they said, in principle, we agree. And then they went to do that. Now, decisions in the ministry and management, I have directed that they would be taken at MINESCO, that is minister, plus top management meetings, we call them MINESCO. These are key decisions in the department, so that they are not taken by ministry alone, they are not taken by management alone. We take them together. That's why in the directive, the only thing that was there is one of the things that was there, indication that we will still go there and discuss the matter. But let me discuss the constitutionality. Chair, with all honesty, I believe very strongly that the Constitution of the Republic allows the minister, or that the minister has power to take the decision that I took in relation to directives, all three of them. I start with section 206, subsection 1, which addresses the political responsibility for the police service. It states, I quote, a member of the cabinet must be responsible for policy and must determine national policing policy after consulting the provincial governments and taking into account the policing needs and priorities of the provinces as determined by the provincial executive. This is what it says. You may have heard one of the generals in the Matlala Commission saying the policing policy that has been endorsed and is in operation is the first one since 2018 to be, or if not since whatever period, I think she was saying 1994 or something like that. So that policing policy, we developed it, it is in place, in line with the statute. But as it says here, you determine, taking account. That's one. 207, it deals with a different matter. The control of the police service. Now, it reads as follows. The president, as head of the national executive, must appoint a woman and a man as the National Commissioner of Police Service to control and manage. Yes, I was looking for manage. Control and manage the police service. And subsection 2 says, the National Commissioner must exercise control over and manage the police service in accordance with the national policing policy and the directions of the cabinet member responsible for policing. So there is me sitting down, writing what I believed to be directives, 3 of them, in line with these powers, and sending them to National Commissioner, who I know is responsible for management and control of police. It deals with that. So I write to a directive. There's a further section, 208, which governs the civilian secretariat, the establishment thereof, and so on. So in a nutshell, and I know it's easy because I'm talking to colleagues in Parliament who make laws and they are clear about this. So minister has 3 powers, broadly speaking, in summary. Determine national policing policy, direct the National Commissioner when exercising his or her powers of managing and controlling, and 3, direct the civilian secretariat, which must be established by national legislation. The Constitution, which is my next point, does not prescribe the content of the national policing policy beyond saying, go to the provinces, check what their needs are, and determine accordingly. This is left to the minister, except that particular prescript, which you can't do away with, you can't do without, of consulting provinces. However, the policy must take into account, yes, as I say, the Constitution contemplates an all-encompassing policy which sets the framework for the operations of the policy for the police. Once determined, the police must operate within the contours of such a framework. So minister is given a role, there's no doubt about that. It's given a role. It's not something that I crafted myself. You are given by the Constitution to say when the National Commissioner exercising control and management, it must be within the contours of your determinations and of your directives. Which directives must be there and must be given? Not when they are not given, when they are given. So I did that. And I believe I'm here to learn how would I have given these directives outside the Constitution, as some people believe. So the Constitution and the SAPS Act envisage that the policy and directions will be enforceable. Hence, the civilian secretariat to evaluate and monitor implementation That's why the statute therefore assigns the institution of the special function to monitor their implementation, which is an institution, the Secretariat. Now, the nature of the direction that minister may issue to the National Commissioner is not specified. It doesn't have color. It doesn't say it's only this direction that you will give. It is red or it's green or it is gold. It's not. It says you will give directives. And I wrote directives and I gave them. It's not specified in the Constitution. However, regard must be had to the language of Section 207 and 2. I acknowledge that, which imposes a limitation in the exercise of that constitutional imperative. So in other words, you can't just give any directive. It must be as the Constitution says. The provisions empower the National because these provisions, 207(1) and 2, empower the National Commissioner to manage and control the service. There's clearly an operational power over service. However, the operational power is constrained by 207(2). So the minister has his own areas of exercising power in terms of the Constitution. The National Commissioner has his own, and they are written down in black and white. But each one is limited by the other. Each one is limited by the other. It's not a free zone. Now, when I elaborate on my own, I'm not a lawyer, but I've been minister in other departments. I do say, in reality, this is two sides of the same coin. The relationship, the power relations between a minister and a director general. Because you can have your powers of determining policy, of giving directions. But if the Director General or National Commissioner is not there and it doesn't cooperate as the other side of the same coin, you won't go anywhere. Similarly, National Commissioner can't just do outside of the directives, outside of the policing police. So this is a compelling kind of issue or exercise of power relations between the two. Let me go on with the powers. So I believe, honestly believe that I didn't exceed the powers of the minister in writing those directives, nor did I exceed the powers of the Constitution and even the Act, the SAPS Act. Now, the issue of time, I'm just taking leisure to deal with. I attached immediately. Now, the directive would still have been the directive even without immediately, but I added immediately because, as I indicate, I wanted to send a message to be understood that I would want the National Commissioner to have this in mind, but it was not like in a drill. You know, in a drill, you say left, and the person you are commanding must really lift the left leg, as and when you say, on time. Left, you say right, they must take right up. You shout another instruction. You turn left, they do this. Turn right, they do so. Aim, you aim, all of you. It's an instruction that, but the context of these instructions that come from a minister and these ones that came from are not the same as those in a drill. And it's always like that. Not in the form of a drill. It wouldn't mean that when the National Commissioner receives the directive, he has to do this on the spot. That is why I gave a window. It was deliberate. Go and try and write an interim report. An interim report. I didn't say immediately and within 1 hour. Write an interim report. It didn't. It says on the 20th.
Okay, Minister. They are honorable members that are raising hand. I wanted you to explain that part so that your chain of thought is not disrupted. That is why I kept them waiting for some time. Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Skosana.
Yeah, Chair. No, we wanted to be reminded of a question to which the minister is responding, because it must not appear as though he's addressing us. The evidence leader has been quiet for quite some time, and the minister has addressed various aspects of his evidence. He has addressed the reasons, he has addressed the constitutionality of his reasons, and the evidence leader has just kept quiet. So as he continues to ask the minister, we are following also. That is why we also peruse the documents. So he shouldn't address for a very long time without getting proper guidance in terms of the questions that must be posed to him. So which question is the minister answering?
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I was raising that as well to say, you know, it's unfortunate that the minister indeed is addressing us and not the question which the evidence leader was asking. But indeed, it's been now almost 10 minutes or 15 minutes. And I'm not sure whether this is how this witness is going to present to us, because the evidence leader so far has been quiet. It might go up to an hour if we are not careful, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Malema.
Chair, I see nothing wrong with what the minister is doing. He has been asked the question, and before we went for comfort break, minister said something that has been haunting him from the 6th of July. All we can do is to listen to him. It's our job to listen. And at an appropriate moment, when he's done, the evidence leaders will ask those questions if they have them. Minister must be considerate of the fact that there is not unlimited time, but it can't be us who are going to stop a minister who wants to share as much as he can with us. And we're going to have an opportunity to ask questions and direct him to where he wants to go. But to stop him as if he has done something wrong, especially after he pleaded with you before when he thought we were breaking, that he's got issues, he has been sitting with them, and this is an opportunity for him to ventilate those issues. So I think we're all in order here. If people are sleeping, it's not our problem.
Honorable members, let me do this. I'm noting your hands. May I allow the minister to finish presenting the reasons that he said he wanted? These are the reasons behind the decisions that he has taken. So if you have any question for clarity, you can raise a hand and be clarified on whatever he's saying. But he requested, even before we took comfort break, that I want to be given time to to conclude. And I remember it was me who even asked him, how much time do you need? And when we came back from break, I checked with the senior counsel, and the signal that I got from him was that let's allow the minister to make a presentation. Honorable Nomvalo and Honorable Nhlanhla, Chief Whip. Yes.
No, Chair.
No, I can see your hands are.
We're actually not going to enter.
Are persistent.
We will not go.
I can't ignore you.
Yes. We're not going to enter the realm of labeling people, accusing them of sleeping and so on.
Let's focus.
What we are raising here, yes, I'm focusing there, Chair. What we are raising here, Chair, is that we're not stopping the minister. We want to follow him.
Yeah.
But we're not only following him. We are following questions and answers that are given to questions. The minister has addressed various aspects. Now, we want to be reminded, and it's our right as members of this committee, no one has dominance and monopoly of speaking here. We're going to speak as members of this committee, whether people like it or not. Now, what we want guidance on is a question to which the minister is responding, because he has given different dimensions. And we have even forgotten the question that was asked from him, because we're also following, Chair. We want to also make a determination of whether the minister is responding correctly to questions or not. So let's not be bullied here, please.
Honorable Nhlanhla.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, you'll recall that when we came back from the break, the issue at hand that was placed before the minister by the evidence leaders was the issue relating to the power dynamics, power relations, between who has more power between the National Commissioner and the Minister for a dissolution. The minister is on record saying, let me take the Ad Hoc Committee through the constitutionality of my decision. And he has went to section 206 of the Constitution, went to section 207 of the Constitution. So he's addressing that currently. I think we're still on track in terms of what the evidence leader has asked and what the minister is addressing. Thank you very much, Chair.
Chief Whip.
No, Chair, I'm largely covered by what Honorable Nhlanhla is saying, but I think we should distinguish between the intervention of Honorable Nomvalo from the one of Honorable Skhosana. I think Honorable Nomvalo is making a plea that should have been handled without really opening a long conversation, because all he's inquiring about which questions was the minister dealing with, and even you, Chair, you could have intervened to say, no, he's dealing with this and the matter is closed. The problem is the intervention by Honorable Skhosana, in which he is then arguing that the time spent given to the minister is equivalent to an address. And so the intervention by Honorable Malema arises from that problem. Actually, the first question, I thought there was nothing untoward about the question. The problem was the intervention to suggest that the length of the response is equivalent to an address. So that's what I wanted to say, Chair. Thanks.
Honorable Malema.
Chair, as long as you press a mic here and speak, we're going to respond to you. And don't say we. If you've got a concentration problem, it's not a collective problem. Don't make it our problem. So you are not going to say, no one is going to dominate us here, thinking you're going to speak things we won't respond to. We're going to respond to. If you are challenged and the mind is feeling pain now, it's none of our problem. If your party send people with weak minds and concentration span, it's the party's problem. It's not our problem. Listen, the minister's talking now.
No, let me rule you out.
No, Chair, no, let's address that behavior.
No,
let's address that behavior.
I'm ruling.
No, let's address that hooliganism. Let's address that hooliganism.
I'm ruling the statement.
No, let's address that hooliganism, Chair.
Yeah, but
let's address that hooliganism.
Let me speak.
Let's address that hooliganism. Yeah. We're not scared of the man.
Yeah,
we can address him.
Honorable number.
If we are scared of him, we're not scared of him.
Honorable number.
Let's address him.
Honorable Nombalo, there is no way I will not allow you to speak. I'm ruling that statement out of order. It's what I'm saying. It does not belong here. It's unfortunate that it has to be made, and I'm ruling it out. So now I give you a chance to speak.
I withdraw, Chair.
You have made a progressive ruling, Chair. Thank you very much. That's why we have confidence in you.
So, relax, Minister. No. Wait. Honorable members, can I check if there is still anyone amongst you who wants to say something? Okay. The people who are operating the cameras of Parliament, because when we ask the minister questions, he may take some time to respond. In our meetings, what we normally do, we rotate speakers. So if you can also rotate the camera so that it does not always focus on the minister, I think it's...
Are you saying, Chair, the minister will
It will help us because, you know, when we go for a long time without members being rotated on the camera, I'm just saying that the camera must also have a fair coverage of the members so that they don't become impatient. And Minister, we are back from the ad break.
No, Chair, I think I thought the intervention made by Honorable Mkhwanazi, politely so, with a high level of maturity, is going to assist us. The intention was to get which question is the minister responding to for the purposes of our records, nothing else. If you can remind, you can do it by yourself, Chair.
No, that point is covered. Everybody agrees with it.
And then which question, if you can remind us a question to which he is responding.
So you want the senior counsel to restate the question. I thought that what the honorable members said, the three of them, Honorable Nhlanhla, Honorable Malema, and Honorable Ntul, have sufficiently explained the question that the minister was addressing. In fact, you were right when you asked because you wanted to have a proper understanding of what the minister was doing. And I think the honorable members have assisted to bring you on board. And so let's allow the minister to continue presenting the reasons that he wants us to understand from the logic behind the decision that he has taken. Is that proper, Minister? I want to apologize if your chain of thought would have been distracted.
No, I'm fine. That's proper.
Thank you so much.
Chair, in case anyone needs help, I'm here.
But you are advertising that brand. Can we continue?
Thank you very much, Chair. It's my belief and my submission that
my benevolence is infectious.
That the National Political Task Team was not established by the National Commissioner. It's my belief. And I've done the best that I could to think through, and I'm convinced that there's no National Commissioner who, after the matter of Mr. Mchunu, went to establish the task team. It was the president who went there. And it was executive or political intervention. And then he gave birth to something that was not there, the IMC. When they meet, they then say there must be this further mechanism called, of course, with the then National Commission and other officers. But the directive came from a political setup via the intervention, and the human beings that are there were the executive, several ministers at the instance of the president. So they then say, do 1, 2, 3. And then it gets done and so on. It was not, for instance, 702, the minister using his powers in the office, which are there to say, let me establish this. When those who were acting to craft this, when they were doing it at the instance of political intervention. They were doing it, and there's nothing bad about that, and there's nothing wrong with that. It was necessary, and it happened. So I contest very honestly, but strongly, a view that says that we have the National Political Killings Task Team because General Stoll at that time went to think hard about it, and he came up with the idea. He only facilitated it after he was directed to do that. He was directed through a political intervention. Now, if a political intervention can establish a task team, why can't the same political intervention be allowed when it comes to disestablishing the political killings task team? It can, because you can't on one hand create something and then you are told you can't. The president appoints a minister, for instance, but due to powers given to him, when he wants to disappoint you, he can't be told by somebody you needed to have consulted the fellow and so on. He disappoints you. He just makes a statement, you are no longer a minister. And in some cases, at some point, you would just have a press briefing elsewhere without even telling the fellow. And then the fellow will see how, there's a new one. So that which was born through political intervention can be unborn, can be disestablished via. It's one thing to disagree, but that disagreement must not, people can always refer because it's an argument, but I believe that I didn't act outside the Constitution and outside legislation for the reasons that I've given. And that at the center of it, it was not the National Commissioner who established this. He was directed to do it by a political intervention emanating from the president. And this is what I believe actually happened. Let me go on. And I believe that the decision to disband the PKTT, as I've said, was for lawful reasons. It was not for unlawful reasons. Not at all. Well, I know that when General Mkhwanazi made a statement, among other things, the accusation was that I disbanded this because I wanted to protect criminal syndicates. I want criminal syndicates. I wonder. But not that I wanted to protect them. And I will say how I have demonstrated in the past that I wonder. So it was for lawful reasons, not for unlawful reasons. And it didn't come from anyone else. It came from me as Minister of Police. And I have capacity to think to that level in my role. I may be wrong, I may be right, but the decision was not for unlawful reasons. As a matter of fact, I have nothing to do with criminal syndicates myself. I've never had anything to do with them in my life. Not once. And not Amber. Not Amber. It has never happened. And it will never happen. It will never happen. Well, accusation is another when I'm accused, but I know I'm being investigated. But I know that at the same time, statements have been made in this comment that I'm no criminal. General Mkhwanazi knows in his conscience that I'm not a criminal, that I have nothing to do with criminal syndicates. He knows. Now, let me go on. So it was not for criminal reasons. Now, I may as well add, the crimes that are being associated or lined up with the decision, those activities on those alleged criminals took place long before General Mkhwanazi deployed 10 people there for whatever reason. These people were investigated and so on, and whatever happened, because the 10 members did not start from scratch on those Gauteng cases. They didn't. They were already being investigated. So it would mean police in Gauteng must then say, I intervened because they were investigating. How so? And as a matter of fact, I didn't know that on the 6th there was whatever when I took the decision on the, because even if General Masimla comes to you and say, we are investigating so and so, you don't memorize that and say, yeah, he is pursuing so and so. You don't. You just say thank you. But in 2 hours, in a day or two, you may forget that he told you that he was pursuing. That is why, even following the arrest of Mlife, for whatever reason, National Commissioner told me, actually, that it is something that has to do with Mlife, who is a member of Parliament. That is the briefing that. So when, after the arrest, and I didn't see the arrested person linked with the member of Parliament, I phoned National Commission to say,
Minister, did you say Molefe, who is a member of Parliament?
I happen to know that there's an honorable member called Brian Mlife. And that is what, that is what National Commissioner indicated to me, as a matter of fact. But after the arrest, when I didn't see a Brian from news, I saw some, I phoned National Commissioner and I said, you seem to have, is it? And then he said, no, it's a relative of. So I now say, why do I stand accused for somebody who was not even the person who was supposed in the arrest? It went to somebody else. Why? How did I know Brian Mlife? And that he is, it was the first time when I saw his arrest that he's there and so on. So let me leave that subject. Then we go to another.
Sorry, Minister. Honourable Chair, can I just check with the Minister whether he's now been through all his, discussed all his reasons and the legality / constitutionality of his directive, so that we can be confined to that topic. because that's what the minister requested. He wants a full opportunity to speak to the nation and to give his side of the stories. So just in case, because I've obviously got a number of questions relating to your reasons, and would like to ask you those questions. But
I'm on the last one.
Yeah, okay.
In my submission is 29. General Masimula stated under oath in his application proceedings between SAPS and Lieutenant General Sibia, and I quote what he said under oath: accepted that the directive, that is of the minister, fell within the oversight powers of the minister. It's not me saying that. It's a statement of the National Commissioner under oath. But I held the view as National Commissioner that his insistence on how and when the task team be deactivated or arrested into constitutional mandate as the National Commissioner of Police to manage and supervise. That is what National Commissioner is saying. So on the constitutionality, he himself is clear. He accepts, and I'm quoting, I'm not writing it myself. And here's the problem with the how part, and the how part I would contest. I never gave him directives inclusive of the how part. I merely indicated immediately, meaning that the decision is immediate that I've taken, but I understand implementation via the interim. I even said there would be another meeting, the UNESCO, at some other point, meaning I was envisaging that there would be meetings, there would be discussions, and I wanted those discussions myself because of wrong with the existence. It has nothing to do with good performance or what, but in the current situation where you have reviewed the organogram, you have done this and this, and you are thinking about the resources, thinking very hard about resources, you need to design things differently and so on. So General Masimula, there he is under oath, accepts that minister has oversight. In the paragraph of his answering affidavit, General Masimula seems to accept, therefore, my powers, not me personal, minister, to issue the directive. His reservation, it would seem, was about how and when the directive had to be implemented, which I have no problem with because the how part was never in the directive. It was just this word, immediate, which he understood differently from what I understood. And I've given reasons that I didn't use immediate in the context of a drill. I didn't. It's in the context of minister having taken a decision to indicate clearly, and then he moves on. Now, I want then to revert to the to evidence leader as per what you have just said, Chair, for now. Not that I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senior Counsel. You may proceed.
Thank you. Minister, thank you. I trust that you took full opportunity of conveying your own side of the story and giving your reasons and so on. Can we accept that while you were minister, before you were put on leave, that the political task team is still in existence and still operates in the way they have since 2018?
Well, as you say, I'm on leave, so I can't talk on behalf of what is happening or on what is happening.
But you also happen to be a citizen. You watch the news, you read the papers. The task team is still in existence. You know that, whether you're on leave or not.
No, I would repeat that I'm on leave. So I can't really say this is what is happening, this is what is not happening. There is a minister there who is acting, who has authority to do so. And we can't talk, both of us, on what is happening in SAPS while I'm on leave. It won't be proper.
Yes, but you were the minister when the submission was made that the task team's life be extended, and there was a decision by the National Commissioner that it be extended, and it was funded, and we've seen the amount. It was part of your evidence. The National Commissioner approved an amount of 20 million. Whereas General Sabia had also requested funding for a disbanded task team where these tasks and these dockets would now be reallocated, for example, to murder and robbery, and that motivation was rejected. Are you not aware of that?
No, I'm aware of that information, but the question was, are you aware that they are operating? And I'm saying I can't commit on that. But what evidence leader is saying, it's here. I'm aware of it.
Well, I thought it was a pretty straightforward question. It's not a trick question. Whether you know that the task team is still in operation.
And I'm saying to the evidence leader, that question should be directed to the acting minister for authority and precision.
Okay, and what if I tell you it is still in operation?
Pardon?
What if I tell you it is still in operation?
I will take note. But it won't be said by me. It will be said by evidence.
So okay, what is your reaction to them still being in operation? You just take note. You're not disappointed or anything?
No, this happened in the context of work, not in the context of my personal enjoyment or personal. Let me just divert a bit and talk about border management. I happened to meet a colleague and I said, hey, at the airport, and I say, hey, how far are you on border management issues after the agreement was reached in Cape Town on the matter? He said, no, we have not moved. And then I kept quiet. I couldn't speak on behalf of the Minister of Police. But what had happened? We had resolved a problem that had been in existence for a long time, since 2018, in terms of defining the roles of PMA on one hand, of SAPS on the other, such that those roles get operationalized. That is where we were when I went on. But what is happening today, I can't say. Okay. Has that been operationalized the same as this one?
I'm asking, Minister, in the context of you giving a directive. The directive is at EB 4 on page 49 and 50.
Yes.
Of Exhibit Bundle 3. In that context, I'm asking you where you have said this task team must be disestablished immediately. This is on the 31st of December 2024. And the task team has not been disestablished.
And so what's your question?
Not only not immediately, it hasn't been disestablished.
So
and you want to tell me you're not aware of that?
And so what's your question?
My question was whether you're aware that the task, or rather put another way, I told you, do you know that the task team is still in existence? Or put another way, it hasn't been disestablished. And what is your reaction to that? Given that you had given a perfectly, according to you, lawful and constitutional directive that it must be disestablished?
No, I'll go back to my answer and I'll insist on it because evidence leader, you ask a question and I respond, but when you say I must choose between yes or no, it will be difficult for me because that's my terrain now to respond. And I respond in a manner that I believe in. So my response is this one, that I can't speak authoritatively and properly and precisely on whether the political killings task team is functional at the moment or not.
If you were returned into your position, reinstated or whatever the word or term is, if you were reappointed tomorrow as Minister of Police, you'll find that the task team is still in operation. You'll find Mkhwanazi is still leading the team. You'll find Khumalo is still the project leader of the team. What are you going to do about it?
The reason why we're here is exactly to deal with that. I don't know how you are going to decide on it. The reason there is a commission is precisely to deal with those questions. I don't have the outcome. And therefore, I want rather to wait until the Ad Hoc Committee has done their work and made their determination in terms of recommendations, as I understand, in terms of the terms of reference to the National Assembly on the subject. Similarly, I would wait until the Matlala Commission completes its work and wait for the outcome. Now, whether the national political killings task team will be there or not, I don't want to worry myself about that at this particular stage. For now, I want to worry about responding to your questions.
Yes, I'm also worried that I'm not getting a response to my question. Are you waiting for this honorable Ad Hoc Committee and Parliament to make a decision?
Yeah, I'm saying to the best of my ability, I haven't put myself beyond these processes in whatever manner, and I want to refrain from that.
Let's look at your, does it or would it concern you that Brown Mogotsi, whom I think you said you do know him.
What did I say?
Brown Mogotsi.
What did I say?
I said, you must correct me that you do know him, or you know of him, Brown Mogotsi. You're nodding yes?
Yes, I know him.
Yes, you know. Now,
yes, I know him.
Now, my question is, would it bother you that you issued your directive, it appears at 5:20 on the 31st of December 2024, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Because that we picked up from, I think, the affidavit of Masimola. So would it concern or bother you that at 10:38, Mogotsi sends a WhatsApp to Matlala indicating, and I quote from the WhatsApp, the task team that came to your house and arrested you has been dissolved / disbanded, exclamation mark.
10:30 on the same day.
On the same day. On January 1st, Mogotsi informed Matlala.
On January the 1st?
Yeah.
Okay.
That he would be meeting with you and Lieutenant General Sabia. He says in a text message, "Good day, I've arranged a meeting for Sabia and the minister. Must have a solution."
There are two questions there. The first one is, would it concern me that Mogotsi seems to
shortly after you
yes,
should.
It would concern me.
It would?
It would concern me because I wouldn't know how that happened. But not only when my letter found its way into his hands on the date and time, it would have concerned me if my letter found its way into any other person's hand. I would similarly worry how it happened. And therefore the answer is straight. It would worry me. I would be very much concerned. Now, about this meeting, which is my second response, that he would arrange a meeting. It is him, apparently, who talks about that, not me. I never, and I want to repeat, I never spoke to Brown Mogotsi in this period, particularly about the disbandment. How he got to know, how he got access to the letter, it is better explained by him. And that will be the only time that I would get to know how it happened. But about this meeting, there was no such meeting on my side. It was never communicated to me. I would know what the meeting would have been about. I never spoke to Sbia about this meeting, that there was a meeting that was imminent between me and him, that I had sent somebody, and nobody ever raised the issue of a meeting between me and Sbia after the letter of directives.
Did this letter only go to General Masemola? Did you send the letter, by the way, to General Masemola, or did you ask Kabindi to send it to your Chief of Staff?
After leaks to, outside ourselves, I spoke to Chief of Staff. Where did you send the letter yourself? And he told me he sent the letter to General Masemola, to General Mosikiti, which I had directed him to do. But he, if I remember well, he also sent to PAs of the generals. I can't remember whether he also included General Sbia on that. He can clarify the matter himself, but what I underlined, I had said, send it to General Masemola, send it to General Mosikiti, because she's the one who is in the office. But it appears that he also sent to their PAs.
We know that General Masemola wouldn't have leaked the letter.
That?
We know that General Masemola wouldn't have leaked the letter to Mogotsi because he only heard about it through the media, I think on the 2nd of January.
In order to come to the bottom of this, it will have to be Mogotsi himself to explain how he got hold of this, what he meant by this meeting and so on. But on my part, I wasn't expecting that he would get hold of my letter unless it had gone maybe to social media or leaked to social media, as it seems to have been the case. But it is him who must explain how he got hold. But it concerns me, and there was never any meeting that took place in any case as along those lines that you're talking about.
I'm not dealing with a meeting now, Minister.
Yes.
I'm dealing with the fact. It appears to be a fact that Mogotsi got hold of the letter and conveyed that to Matlala. So it wasn't you who sent it to him. It wasn't General Masemola. It could only have been either Nkabindi or one of the PAs or secretaries to one of the other generals that he copied the letter to.
Well, I really want to confine me not to any speculation, but if indeed Matlala received this letter from Mogotsi, it would mean it happened that way. And that concerns me as well. what it was sent for, because it was never meant for Matlala or any other person that he may have sent the letter to.
In fact, it was only meant for Masemola. It wasn't even meant for Nkabinde.
It was meant for Masimula, General Masimula, and General Mosikiti, in terms of my instruction.
That doesn't appear from the directive, Musikili. But you say your instructions.
Verbally, I told him send it because I knew that General Masimula is is going on leave, and he has appointed General Mosikiti to be in the office. So send the letter to General Mosikiti so that she is aware of this decision.
I think most people, most reasonable people would find it quite odd and curious, almost bizarre that you send a letter of this importance on the eve, on New Year's Eve.
Oh, yes.
At 5:20 and address it to a national commissioner you know is on leave. He's taken a break until the 14th of January. I think you know that. And he's not even in his office. There's an acting national commissioner in the office. And your instructions in the letter, or your, as you want to frame it, your directive is that this team be disestablished immediately. Clearly, physically, he can't do it because he's not in his office. He's on leave. So I want to put it to you that the issuing of this directive on New Year's Eve to a national commissioner who's on leave, it doesn't make sense. It's totally bizarre. And unless you can give us some other reason why you would have done so.
Yes. One, on the 31st of December for police, it's a working day. They work on the 31st. There's no law that...
Masimola's not working, he's on leave.
Yes, he was on leave.
Yeah.
That is why the instruction said, send it to him, he is on leave. Send it to General Mosikidi, who is in office. That's not an offense. That's not breach of any law, because I wanted him to be aware. I was aware that he was on leave. And as far as I'm concerned, as a second reason, I sincerely and seriously wanted a situation where when we go back to work in January, we have a sense of 3 issues that have been lifted from the maze of other issues for attention, including the workshop that was spoken about and so on. I wanted us to find a way to focus on these 3 issues because I wanted a sense of achievement, something concrete that I could show to the Republic that, look, we have activated police properly and increased efficiencies on border management. 2, we want to make interventions on intelligence for reasons that I would state. And that I am making efforts within a short period when I'm there, well, short, but it was 6 months, that we want to optimize. We want to optimize in terms of resources. And this is one way. And when I indicated that let us deactivate the inspectorate, nobody asked me why it was 3 o'clock when I did it, or why it was 10 o'clock. We did it. We discussed, we took that decision at the time that we did. So to me, 31st was neither here nor there, and was not indicative of any sinister move or anything on my side. And the immediate that you spoke about in this context, to me, it was, as I explained, that this was not an immediate in the context of a drill. That is why there was an envisage, even written down, that will prepare an interim committee, an interim report, and it further said there will then be a UNESCO to discuss this matter.
But Minister, with respect, that's not what the letter says. That there's some interim response that's required. Your letter states clearly that the team must be disestablished immediately. Now,
In the context that I've explained.
Unless there's some other meaning to this word, immediately.
Yes,
Certainly
I've explained.
The English meaning of immediately means do it right now.
Senior Counsel,
let's look at the letter.
yeah, but let me explain this, because I'm here to respond.
Yes, but I would also want to contextualize what
Okay.
I'm asking you.
Thank you.
If I get an opportunity. You write to the National Commissioner and you say, I trust this correspondent finds you well in the festive season. In the past few months, towards the end of this year, 2024, I have made observations on a number of important aspects of the SAPS and policing. For purposes of this letter, I'm focusing on 3 aspects that require very urgent attention to address some of the challenges at hand. Filling of posts in the intelligence division. All processes to fill vacant posts in the division should be altered immediately. And this also applies to posts currently vacant at head office. This should be until substantive discussions between the Minister and the National Commissioner takes place sometime early in the year. Ports of entry. It is common cause that all South African ports of entry are managed by Border Management Authority, with SAPS playing a vital role in the same space, which cannot be overemphasized. In line with this role, SAP personnel impact and efficiency should be reviewed from time to time. In terms of Section 2072, direct that you develop a new plan in this regard to the next ministry, to the next MANECO, Minister Management Executive Committee meeting later in January. And I'm skipping that part because that part the National Commissioner had no problem with. He says this is fine. It's to develop a plan, and you want to discuss it, have the plan ready. But then, in relation to the political task team, you say in 2019 a directive was made to the National Commissioner of Police following the Morani Commission report, even though not flowing directly from such, that an interministerial task team be established. Now we know that do you accept that now that you know the background, that's factually incorrect? It's not in 2019.
Yes, 2018. That was
and it's also not following the Morani report, but it follows a political instruction from the president.
Yes.
Sorry. So that line, that's factually incorrect.
Yes, that's okay. Although I do say not directly from the Morani Commission. Because the Morani Commission, whatever the case, it was discussed even earlier. 2018 discussions, not the report itself. But I concede that point, that it was...
and then you go on to say the key mandate was to stop. So it's not quite clear. Are you referencing the Morani Commission report or the Interministerial Task Force that was established? The key mandate, you say, was to stop / investigate / resolve unresolved murders of politicians in the country, especially in KwaZulu-Natal. Then you say, my observation in this regard, as indicated above, is that further existence of this team is no longer required, nor is it adding any value to policing in South Africa. Now, if we pause there, if those are two reasons, it's no longer required, nor is it adding any value to policing in South Africa. That's not one of the reasons that you've given, that you spent quite a bit of time elaborating and expanding on. But these are the only two reasons that you give in this letter. It's no longer required because it's no longer, and it's also not adding any value to policing in South Africa. And then you say, I therefore direct that the political killings task team be disestablished immediately. Further, that a preliminary report in this regard be submitted to the Minister by the 20th of January. The final and closing report, not as you testified, Minister. It's not a provisional report. It's not a preliminary report. You say the final and closing report must be submitted to the Ministry Management Executive Committee meeting late January 2025, the date of which will be communicated as soon as possible. Now, I put it to you with respect, Minister, that if one reads this letter, it's very clear. You say, disestablish, discontinue this task team immediately, do it now. And the final report I'm expecting from you at the end of January. But I want a preliminary report on the 20th of January and the final report at this MANECO Management Executive Committee meeting late January. The instructions are clear. It's not only clear, but it also seems to me, upon reflection, totally unreasonable that you give the National Commissioner, who's on leave, you said you knew he was on leave until the 14th of January, that you must give you a preliminary report by the 20th and a final report by the end of January. Your comments.
Thank you, Evidence Leader. Now, I have explained, as I will do again, the word immediately. Now, it didn't mean, Senior Counsel, that, for instance, anybody driving the car must then stop and leave the car and go home because the political killings task team has now been closed. It didn't mean that. It didn't mean that if you're pursuing any case, because closing a case is something else, and as you see, it's not there. It didn't mean that. It didn't mean that. Stop the car where you are. Drop the key, go home, because.
But Minister, why didn't you write? You said your decision, your directive. We'll still discuss it, although I'm not here to discuss the law or draw legal conclusions.
Yes.
But clearly what you've read and what we've also received when we asked. We sent an information note to your legal team. We've been given the reasons that you think it's lawful and it's constitutional. So I don't want to debate that. But you say you held the honest belief that is in the best interest of the South African Police Service that this team be disestablished. You also said what you meant in this directive is not that, like a car, you must stop it immediately and get out of the car and leave it in the middle of the road. This is dangerous to do that. At least pull it at least pull it off the road and put on your hazards or something and show, you know, there's some car in the road and to avoid the car. Now why did you not write this letter in that kind of language when you knew that the National Commission is on leave until the 14th? And say to him, for example, you know, even though it's New Year's Eve, there are 3 matters that I would love to discuss with you urgently or very urgently upon your return. And these are the 3 matters. Or could you give me a report on these 3 matters or 1 matter by 20 January and by the end of January? But that's not the tone of the letter. I put it to you, Minister, that this letter and the tone of the letter, the language used in the letter, is in direct contrast to what you are telling us today, that you held this honest belief that this team must be closed and it must be disestablished, and that you had the power to do so. That doesn't come out of the letter when one reads the plain language of the letter and the record that we've heard in this inquiry, and which you, I think, fairly have acknowledged that the task team, when they were in operation, they did a good job. They did what they were required to do.
So can I respond?
Yeah, yeah.
Senior Counsel, you are respectfully talking about various matters. Let me address the one that you addressed later of the tone. There's a different matter of the tone. I share your feeling that the tone was strong.
The tone was strong.
The tone was strong.
Or wrong?
Pardon?
You share my view that the tone was strong or wrong?
It does seem what you're expressing to me is your personal concern that the tone was rather strong. I have no problem with that. I agree that it may have been a strong tone, to a point where what you are suggesting that it could have said this and this same thing, but on a softer tone. It could have happened. I have no problem with that, Senior Counsel.
In fact, may I add on to that?
But
I think
may I respond?
Yes, but
yeah, so that I don't forget.
Given a full opportunity, let me just add this. I think the tone is actually quite disturbing, especially when you talk about filling posts in the intelligence division, especially now that we know the issues, let's just call them neutrally issues with intelligence, and it's at the heart of this whole inquiry. And you say the filling of posts must be halted immediately, even vacant posts must be halted immediately. And I think you mentioned in your evidence that you, into the new year, that's why you wrote it on the 31st.
Yes,
into the new year, you wanted to give us, the public, some kind of confidence that these issues are being addressed.
The way the Senior Counsel is putting it, in terms, it's like there was a panel with people lined up for interviews, and then I say, stop. It wasn't like that, Senior Counsel. There was no lineup of people to be interviewed at night on the 31st. So it wasn't a question of saying stop. It didn't say on the date while you are driving on the car, stop the car and get out. What I'm saying, I share with you, which happens ordinarily in any conversation, anytime, in ordinary life, that you talk to somebody and then you say, somebody would say to you, hey, you were rather strong-toned. That happens in everyday life experience. It's an everyday life experience. I know you were soft and nice. It's part of life. Now here, I admit that the tone was strong. But I also similarly want to agree that, want to indicate to you that on the 21st of November, I had convened a meeting, National Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioners and Provincial Commissioners, and said, the murder rate in the country is concerning. So you call a meeting, you express that to your Minister of Police. You say the escalation of drug distribution and the destruction that comes with that. I'm very concerned to a point where I don't sleep well. You go on to say there are too many firearms killing too many people, especially illegal firearms. You are deeply concerned and you are addressing this issue live. Now, on the 31st, you write a letter. You are completely focused on these matters that you believe strongly and honestly, that are a concern to people out there. Even on the 31st, people are worried about issues on border management, even on the 31st. Not all of us who have met and go and bribe on the 31st.
I'm not even sure that people want to be worried on the 31st of December with anything.
Yes, I'm now addressing, because in sharing your concern, I also want the House to be alive on what concerns people outside. I may have been concerned about National Commissioner being on leave. I may have been concerned about the tone. But in this instance, it doesn't mean that the tone was unlawful. It doesn't mean that the act itself was unlawful. I wrote these directives. I accept that I may have chosen a softer tone on this, but it was no insult to anyone. I knew National Commissioner is on leave, send the letter to acting National Commissioner.
When did you entertain or begin to entertain these thoughts that you need to address these issues, and that it was to me like this is in the public interest that these issues must be addressed? When did you start entertaining these thoughts? When did you start scribbling down? Because you say you drafted this letter yourself.
It's a cumulative issue that I'd been aware long before I became Minister of Police, that there is a grievance out there, outside ourselves as Cabinet, outside ourselves as MPs, about how porous our borders are. I even called a meeting for that. I even called the CEO of AXA to come and brief us about what's happening at OR Airport in terms of security, tight security at the airports. I may as well jump a little bit and say 2 weeks before General Mkhwanazi went to a press briefing, I had called a meeting of the National Commissioner and Crime Intelligence to come and make a presentation to me about drugs in South Africa, about firearms in South Africa. I've got documents here. And that meeting, that presentation was done to me. It took more than 2 hours.
But you never discussed the political killings task team in that meeting.
But
you never discussed the political killings task team in that meeting.
In that meeting, no,
despite
we
the fact
discussed
that-
drugs
Yeah.
and firearms, which are killing people outside. So I had said in November, I am deeply worried about these two matters. Now, it's now 31st. And I then write the letter about issues that I believed were deeply concerning, not just to me. Now, I couldn't, in my choice, be worried more about that it was the 31st than the impact of these matters that I was talking about to our work. I couldn't.
I mean, you received,
Senior Counsel,
sorry,
may we take the hand of Honorable Malam?
Not, thanks, Chair. I'm not hearing, and I want to understand about this immediately. Is there immediately in the draft that you send to the Chief of Staff, who sent it to your advisor? If you're to give us the draft, not the final version of the letter, will we find a word which will now accept that it was strong? Will we find immediate in the draft letter?
Yes, immediately was written by me. Both in the draft that was checked by Advocate Piccoli and in the final draft. But as I've explained, in the context where you say, I need a preliminary report by a date after the 20th or something like that of January. So common sense tells you that the person who was writing this immediate was envisaging that the immediate doesn't mean stonewalling just there. You are driving the car, I've taken a decision. You are under arrest, get out. Because this car belongs to the task team. A decision has been taken. No, it merely was, the decision has been taken immediately, but the preliminary report in some future. But then the meeting of UNESCO in another future. Now, if you are in the executive and you are worried, you have to show your true colors and show seriousness on what you are conveying. I'm not saying be harsh. I'm not saying have a strong tone. But the issues that I had identified were of serious worry to me, even on the 31st. And I want to believe that I wasn't alone. I was with other people in South Africa. I was expressing their views. And I believe that it was lawful. And there was nothing wrong with it. But if you say the tone was strong, yes, the tone may have been strong.
sorry, Honorable Chair.
But not as if there was something illegal about it, not as if there was something unlawful about it. Ukuzwelana nje ukuthi yayingabekeka ngendlela incwadi singazwelana lapho sikhalisana ngiyavuma ukuthi hayi ngayibeka yathi ba strong kodwa hayi ukuthi
Extra strong.
not that it was unlawful, not that it was
No,
unconstitutional.
she's saying it's unlawful or,
Yes.
you know, whether you use strong language or light language, it's either lawful or unlawful. So,
Yes. Thank you.
And I
Honorable
check,
Chair,
how
has
much
Honorable Malema been
Yeah.
responded to?
I got a signal that he's satisfied. I want to check with you, how much more time do you still need?
Well,
I can allocate you 4 hours more.
I think we had earlier agreed, Honorable Chair, that we will stop at 6
Okay,
and resume tomorrow morning.
so you want to stop?
If we could adjourn and resume, I think the minister.
Do you really want to
it's a
stop
long day.
now?
Honorable Chair.
Do you really want to stop now?
I've got a number of questions. But I think since we set aside tomorrow, let's
When I ask you this question and look at the honorable members. So, Senior Counsel, I think if you feel that you want us to stop, we have to stop. Unless if honorable members have a different view. Let me take Honorable Malema, Honorable Skosana, Honorable Nomval.
No, thanks, Chair. I was saying to the evidence leader that if he wants to go on, he must go on. Because tomorrow, in as much as we want to allocate him more time to ask questions, remember what you said, that we've got different commitments, some of us, and we may want, if he agrees that perhaps tomorrow we'll finish at a reasonable time so that we can get sufficient time to attend to other political matters. Because during the week, we allocate this time for this, and then during weekend, we serve our constituencies. So the other one must not suffer because of the other one. Thanks.
Honorable Nombalo.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. No, Chair, in fact, I want to persuade the evidence leader, but obviously, depending on the strength of the witness, that we proceed so that tomorrow we finish early. Because many members, we don't want to experience what we experienced last week. I think only 4 of us were left here, 4 or 5. So we don't want to experience that. So if we can continue, even if we continue until 10 o'clock, for as long as he covers the large part of his examination, then we come and leave what is out, and finish what will be outstanding tomorrow, Chair. It's my persuasion to him, but obviously we must consider the feelings of the witness.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted a clarity from the minister, because earlier I don't understand when you said the National Commissioner.
The question is not what we are dealing with now.
Oh, you are talking about time?
Yes.
For 10 o'clock is fine, Chair.
Okay, we will come to that later. Honorable Sangos.
Chairperson, let's not act like disorganized people. This matter was canvassed in terms of time. It was agreed that today and tomorrow the evidence leader would lead testimony of Minister Mkhwanazi. There was an agreement that the stop time today would be 6 o'clock, and then tomorrow it would be 2 o'clock, which I believe provides sufficient time from the evidence leader to be able to raise any other questions that he wants to raise. Now, if we have not managed to organize ourselves and our programs, it can't be a problem of the Ad Hoc Committee as a whole. And I think that those decisions that we had made in terms of how we're going to manage these proceedings, we should retain, Chairperson, please. Thank you.
Tomorrow, if we start at 7. No, listen, honorable members, I'm telling you what is happening tomorrow. Okay. If we start at 11 tomorrow, we are finishing at 3. If we start at 10, we finish at 2. If we start at 9, we finish at 1. If we start at 8, we finish at 12. If we start at 7, we finish at 11. So I want us to start at 10 o'clock tomorrow. And then we will be done by 2 o'clock. So I think the senior counsel, in the manner that he has arranged his work today, was to be done at this time at 6 o'clock. So you can see the documents are voluminous, and we may need to give them time to rest, including I can see the minister is still raring to go, but we will have to end it here. Honorable Skosana, did you want to?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted a clarity from the minister because I could not really comprehend what he was saying when he said the National Commissioner, when they were talking about Molefe, that he was briefed by the Commissioner regarding Brian Molefe, which I think is wrong, including when he said it's a relative of Brian Molefe who was arrested, because Brian is not related to that Molefe we are talking about. This reflective of the quality. You know,
yeah, no, let's not debate.
No, I'm not debating, Chair. Can you give me a chance, Chair, please?
Let's ask the question.
Yes, I'm not finished with the question. Because these are the issues where misinformation and ineptitude as well, which makes people to be tainted. So I wanted clarity on that. Why the National Commission was saying the guy who's arrested is related to Brian Molefe, because he knows Honorable Molefe, as he said himself. Thank you, Chair.
Point of
Chair,
order.
can you please protect the witness? This is not a clarity-seeking question. Today, we're still on clarity-seeking questions, and I want to advise Honorable Skosan that the gentleman sitting in front of him is Minister Mchunu. So if he wants to know why the general said that, he may want to ask General Masemolo. But the point that I'm making is that this is not a clarity-seeking question, Chair. It's a debate. Thank you.
Yeah, no, the question is not. It's not a clarity-seeking question. Unless you have a clarity-seeking question that you want to restate, I give you the opportunity to restate it.
Let me repeat again. I'm not going to change because Honorable Sangoni said so. I'm not going to do that. The minister can answer for himself. He doesn't need any assistance. This issue of closing ranks, we know that is a minister, and I just wanted to find out because I could not hear him well. Let the minister answer for himself, please.
Honorable Skosan, it's not what Honorable Sangoni is saying. It's what the chairperson is saying. The chairperson is giving you an opportunity to put a question for clarity to the witness. What is the question for clarity?
The clarity is simple. I said to the minister, he must just explain, clarify for us, why Brian Molefe? Because he's a Molefe? It was that the National Commission, because the National Commission never said so to us. It's the minister who said so. So when someone said I must ask the National Commissioner, it's unfair, Chair.
Why Mr. Brown Molefe? What is the question about Mr. Brown Molefe?
But Chair,
I've been repeating myself.
Let's allow the honourable member to put a question for clarity to the witness.
Chair, Minister, can you please clarify the issue of Brian Molefe? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I assume that it was just an error when the National Commissioner mentioned, and then when the arrest, got into news, it was another. And he had not struggled when I called to say, yeah, but it seems, he says, no, it's correct, that this information is correct. So he may have just made an ordinary error, not because he meant anything.
I'm waiting for you, Chair.
I'm looking at yourselves. Your hands are
no, Chair.
There is no intention to speak from your mouth.
Let me tell you what.
It's like you are flammo.
Listen to me, Chair. What I'm going to do next time, I'm just going to speak. Because for me, I'm following you. When you give me an opportunity, I will speak.
He has responded. You seem paralyzed. Because
no, I'm not paralyzed.
You're raising a hand.
No, I'm not paralyzed. I'm not easily intimidated by anybody, by the chair himself and the minister himself. Not intimidated at all.
Honorable Skosana, is your hand up?
No, my hand was not up.
Okay.
You know, I was waiting for you to ask me whether I'm satisfied or not.
Must I allow you to speak if your hand is not up?
No. As I'm saying to you, it's you who's chairing, it's not me.
Okay.
So you must ask me like you ask anyone. Are you satisfied?
Honorable member, are you satisfied with the response?
Yeah, I'm happy because the minister say it's a mistake, it's an error.
Okay.
Thank you.
Honorable Domval. I'm Honorable Shongwe. I'm sorry.
Makatali, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
No, Chair, silungisa. On a serious note, Chair. Uminister ngicabanga ukuthi uphazamisekile ekhuluma. Kwavela ngathi uthi uGeneral umtshela ukuthi kuzoboshwa uBrian Mulife oseParliament. Now when you listen to that video again, akayilungisanga even ecede ends up by saying no, it was not him, it was his brother. So it looks as if that person who was being arrested is not Brian Mulife, but it was the brother. So we wanted clarity on that ukuthi Brian Mulife akangeni indawo lapha akazenza lutho lapha. So usecacisile nje siyabonga kakhulu.
You are saying that it's a matter which must be put on record that the person is not Honorable Brian Mulife.
And akahlobani naye futhi and akusu brother wakhe.
You heard that, Minister?
Yes, very clear.
Can we put it on record?
Yes, I'm saying that we had a conversation with the National Commissioner, and I picked up that he's speaking about Brian Mulife. But when the arrest got into news, it appeared that it was another Mulife, and I phoned to say, I thought you were saying, I see something else. And then National Commission said, yeah, no, it was an error. So I assumed that was the end of the story.
Who shot the brother part, Minister, and not his brother.
Not whose brother.
You end up when you finish your statement, you said, no, it was not him. It was his brother or relative or something like that.
Yeah.
So one clarity, it was not. Agako related to that person of Oshu.
No, we didn't go that far.
Okay.
You went that far.
Yeah, no, we have come to...
It was not Honorable Brian Mulife. It was another Mulife. Yeah.
Okay, honorable members, may I request that you stop speaking so that the meeting can end. Thank you so much. We have come to the end of today's proceedings. 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you. Tolbert Mkhwanazi.
Have any issue?